Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. I am back, and I'm finally going to play the cooldown reduction build that everybody has been asking me to play for the last few days. So, what are we running now? We are going to be going for parry, radiant retribution. We're going to be using intervene, javelin thrust, and for talents, we're going to be running endless flow, crime, bad karma, and then just pretty much the talents that go for our skills. Parry, both skills. We're going to use the breakaway, judgment energy, and then the radiant retribution. Both talents here. And for the affixes, we are running max seamless. Since this is a cooldown reduction build, makes sense. That'll stack on top of endless flow. I believe endless is 20% total cooldown damage reduction, or cooldown reduction total. So that should be 35%. Yep, right around 35% total with this. And then just our normal affixes, elusive, smiting, valor, stoic, aegis, the normal stuff, nothing special there. So with this build, our cooldown is pretty low. I'll show you in training ground. A lot lower than people would think you would have, and I would say it probably catches people off guard. So our Radiant Retribution right now is 7-second cooldown, but also keep in mind that smiting reduces our cooldown by 1 second every hit. So even though we have a 7-second cooldown, you know, every single time we get any crits, our timer goes down instantly, and that is going to cause our Retribution to not really even be 7 seconds. It'll be more like 5 or 6, or maybe even lower if you're comboing. Also, the parry cooldown is very low as well. So here, we'll spawn a Merc real quick. So you'll see, once we get the parry off, it's only a 4-second cooldown, which is pretty crazy. And it's consistent 4-second cooldown too. So you basically have it up at all times, and it also is going to help you get your energy back. The general idea is, you know, Radiant Retribution on cooldown, use parry to get your energy back, / you know, basically bring pressure back to your side of the fight, and then kind of go from there. I think this might be a cool build. Yeah, the last time I played this, I did not use, it was a little bit different. I think I focused too much on the sword and shield and swapping to get the benefits of cooldown reduction, not really considering just using great sword alone. But we do also, on our form and shield, we have the radiant, or we have the bubble shield, and then we also have javelin for a little bit of gap closer since we don't have hook with the build. So yeah, between those two things, I'm hoping this build will feel pretty good. We'll see how it goes. I did practice with it a little bit last night, and it is, like, I mean, it seems pretty strong from what I can tell. I think I made like 30,000 in one game. I killed a legendary and a purple player with this build, so definitely seems okay. Hey, Mr. X, welcome. Big Rocket. Been bouncing between Merc and Greatsword Wither Knight. You like them both. Going between Bad Karma and Delayed Explosion. So far, you think Bad Karma is slightly better? Yeah, I think Bad Karma is slightly better would be a good way to put it. I think the Delayed Explosion is pretty good. But, yeah, Bad Karma, I would say. I don't know who Ryan and the World is, so I'm not sure why two people have brought him up. I got this build from a viewer yesterday when I was streaming. I have no idea who that is.
Every cocoon imprisons a soul that should have returned home. Purify them.
Yeah, there was a guy in my chat yesterday that kept telling me to use Radiant plus parry cooldown, so I figured I'd give it a try. Hey, Jolted. What's up, man? I did touch grass yesterday. Yeah, I was completely offline for pretty much a full day. Pretty much after I left stream yesterday, I've been offline for the most part, except for a very little bit of gameplay last night before I went to bed. He's a GK player. Yeah, I've never heard of him. I have no idea. Grass is dangerous? Yeah, grass is dangerous for sure. I'm with you. Hey, Paul. Yeah, I'm glad you like the streams, man. I appreciate you. I think there's 2 people here. Yeah, there are 100% 2 people here. I think he ran into the mercenary. Holy shit, there's like 3 people here. I'm sorry, there's 4 people here. Hold up, there's 2 mercs, a sork, and a rogue already. What in the world? This is insane. Okay. Well, here's the rogue. Yeah, you can see how much pressure I'm able to give with the cooldown reduction on this build. I have Radiant Retribution up a lot of the time, which is very nice. Makes it very hard for this rogue to really get a good opening. I think he's already wasted 2 horns as well. Alright, well, I'll just let him go. Are you guys excited for this balance patch we're supposed to get soon? I'm pretty excited for it.
This place is finally open. If you want to make your fortune?
Oh, the strongest class is still Shadow Strix. That hasn't changed. By far, it's Shadow Strix. It's not even close. Shadow Strix is double S tier. Nothing even comes close to it yet.
Hurry up and bring it. Take your junk.
I mean, it's not even a question of what the strongest class is. I'm surprised people even ask it still. It's been Shadow Strix for 3 weeks. Nothing has changed. Shadow Strix has remained the strongest class, and it is, I mean, it's barely a competition. The class is still super overtuned. I mean, there's a reason it's my strongest class. It's not for, you know. So this build is mostly greatsword, but we do swap to the polearm just for like our shield and stuff. Yeah, fun fact, I checked the wiki last night for Mistfall Hunter. Did you know that Rogue has exactly the same stats as Wither Knight, baseline? Same health, same defense, everything. Shadow Strix is just as tanky as Wither Knight is. That is just straight stats. Same with the mages too. Pretty sure. I know for sure Rogue was, but I think it's also Sork. I'm not sure if Shadow Strix nerf is coming. I know a Stardust Sorcerer nerf is coming, but I'm not sure about Shadow Strix. I don't know if anybody really knows. Input for swap? No, I just pressed the swap button. Nothing special. Where are these players? How is he not up here? Am I tripping? He killed that pesky rogue that we were chasing for so long. Thank you, man. Appreciate that assist.
Guess you plan on staying, huh? Good luck to you then.
When I nerf Shadow Strix, I would give it traditional stats that you would expect from a rogue class. I would not make Shadow Strix the same exact baseline health and defense as a tank class, as a Wither Knight or a Mercenary. If you want to give rogues high damage and high movement speed, they need a drawback, and getting access to the same defense as a tank class and also super armor on most of their moves is definitely not really good for balancing. So I would start with that. I would make them a little bit squishier, and also I would remove their super armor before you remove their, you know, their mobility, since that's kind of the class's identity. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense that Rogue and Wither Knight has the same exact defensive stat line. It is a little bit weird. What's the side step I'm doing? Oh, you mean the left click plus dodge? Probably that. Yeah, you just dodge and then immediately press left click. If not a land stab after breakthrough. Honestly, man, it's just kind of finicky. I don't know if there's any real advice I can give you. It's it can just be kind of hard to land sometimes. Hello, I haven't really had any issues with the servers over the last few days. I mean, I'm not going to claim that it's perfect, but I haven't really had too much problem myself, at least. But I also have pretty good ping on my server, so, you know, keep that in mind as well. Claiming that lobbies are 90% Wither Knight doesn't make it true just because you say that it's true. Considering my lobby has been... What have we seen in this lobby so far for our first game? We saw 1 Wither Knight, 1 Mercenary, and 2 Shadow Strix, and 1 Sorcerer. So right now, if you include myself, our lobby consisted of 2 Wither Knights, 1 Mercenary, 2 Shadow Strix, and a Sorc. If you include myself as well. If you don't include myself, then it's 1, 2, 1, and 1. Yeah, I mean, saying that a class is 90-95% doesn't just make it true because you say it. That's not actually the statistics. Even if you feel like it's true, it's not. There's 5 WK. I didn't see them. Were you the Sorc, you said? I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. If you're playing Mercenary and you're having trouble against Wither Knight, that is 100% a skill thing. Because I can play Mercenary and kill Wither Knights just fine. It's a skill matchup. And also, I never defended WK. I'm just telling you that the lobbies are not 95% WK. Because I've already seen a Merc and I've seen Merc, Shadow Strix, and Sorc in my first game. So I've seen more non-WK than WK. That's all I'm saying. Alright. They bubble there, but I guess I won't pass.
The guilt is coming.
Arrived late? Did I? I was there in the very beginning, Namo. I don't know where you saw 5 Wither Knights, but I was there for like 10 minutes fighting multiple people. I have no idea where you saw them at.
Done well, Guild Hunter. The purification ritual may now officially begin. The web of fate has answered them. Guild Hunter, it is almost at an end.
Was I the one at the top of the stairs? Yeah. Yeah, that was me. Because I was gonna fight the mercenary, and then I heard Shadow Strix running around, and then I also saw you. So I was just kind of waiting for the scene to dissipate a little bit, so I didn't get third-partied. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, there were so many people there. I mean, if my lobby's empty, I don't have to worry about the timer, because as I'll get the rewards by mail. I would assume the lobby's probably empty. I have 4 threads in my hand, too. Also, I don't think it's really fair to just call WK broken just because people are playing it, because the class was always the most popular class. But it was complete dog shit before the buff, so nobody played it. So now the class is finally playable / strong. So of course you're gonna see more WKs. I mean, I am like a living example of what I'm saying. I basically never touched WK because the class was garbage. Greatsword was unplayable. That shit was so ass compared to everything else in the game. There was no reason to play it. So of course you're gonna see more WKs. I mean, that just makes sense. It's the class that just got buffed this week.
Warning. If you want to live, find an extraction point.
WK is definitely strong, though. Let's not, you know, downplay the power level of this class. The class is strong. Oh, it is strong. No, it is strong. Yeah. Let's be clear. Let's be upfront and honest here. The class is strong. You would be disingenuous to call Wither Knight weak at the moment. I think Wither Knight, at the very minimum, is an A tier class. I think the class is strong. 100%. Yeah, trust me. I'm not here to downplay Wither Knight's strength. Surely no one's still here. I'd just be really mad if a rat came over and stole this with 30 seconds left, but there's no way, right? I mean, they would just die to the zone. I'm just gonna assume that we're good. Let's go ahead and just leave the game. There's no freaking way someone else is here. That would just be so stupid. I think Merc versus Wither Knight is a skill matchup.
It's time to go.
Parry Merc and Stack / Merc both have a very good chance of killing this build. I know because I've played Mercenary. At least Stack / versus Wither Knight for sure is a skill matchup. Yeah, Ship. So this hybrid build is based off of someone from yesterday. I don't know if he's here right now. There was someone who was asking me to play cooldown reduction Wither Knight for a while. He said Radiant Retribution plus parry works pretty well. So I decided to give it a go and see how it felt. Well, keep in mind the leaderboards aren't a complete aren't like 100% of what is strongest, because it also includes trios. Like we already know that Sorcerer is broken OP in trios. There's no wonder why Sorc is number 1, right? And number 2. I think the biggest issue is that it's not swapped between solo and trio. I wish it was, so we could see solo balancing versus trio leaderboard balancing. Even though I don't think leaderboard is necessarily a good indication of what is good or not, it would be nice to see them separated. Because if you're gonna base it off just leaderboards alone, then Wither Knight's probably almost non-existent up here. At least as far as top 10 goes. You see 1 here. But again, it's not... Trio balancing is completely different from solo balancing. When I say the words, Stardust Sorcerer is OP, your initial thoughts is probably, oh, you're talking about trios. Because trio Stardust Sorcerer is what is OP. You know? There's a clear indication, a separation between the two modes. You know? It's very different. Don't get me wrong, Solo Stardust I think is the stronger of the two variants. I think it's still good in solos. But yeah, if you were just gonna rank the class just baseline, you know, as wherever Stardust is strongest, it would be trios for sure. I don't agree with the opinion that BA is this weak defenseless class that can't do anything. I have fought multiple good BAs that when I did manage to kill them, they have full inventories of purple legendary and multiple kills under their belt. I don't subscribe to that theory. I just don't think that's true. Honestly, the biggest issue with BA is that Shadow Strix basically counters you, and because BA got nerfed but Shadow Strix is not, your biggest counter is one of the most popular classes in the game. So you have to sit there and fight off Shadow Strixes all day, which sucks ass as a BA. But I do not agree that that BA is this weak defenseless class. I think it is mostly just the fact that Shadow Strix are still in the game as strong as they are, and it is hard to kill a Shadow Strix as a BA. Like, it just counters them. Yeah, BA definitely has a pretty high skill ceiling for sure. I think it's probably one of the higher skill ceilings in the game, although a lot of classes have high skill ceilings. You know what? BA has a high skill floor. It's hard for a new player to be good with BA because they nerfed it at the baseline level. This is what I'm running, by the way. I'm showing my talents since someone asked. Yeah, so BA at the baseline level I think is hard to play if you're new. But then the good players who decide to just basically power through and learn the class end up being kind of menaces in their games. I don't know. I think there's a very clear distinction between the two. I mean, Mercs, Knights, and Shadow Strix chase BAs because that's the only way they can kill you. I mean, they're melee classes. If a melee class is not able to catch up to a BA, then the matchup is flawed and it's impossible to win. if BA has mobility that is just better than a melee class, then the range will always win because they'll never be able to catch up to you. That's the delicate balance. That's hard to. It's a hard balancing, right? Because if you give BA so many escape tools that melee cannot reasonably catch up to you, then the BA is invincible versus all melee. Because how are you supposed to catch them? That's what bunny hop was before the bunny hop nerf came through. It allowed them to basically never die to melee classes because they got double dodge distance in their baseline kit. So there was no chance for anyone to catch them. You know? Yeah, so these are the talents I'm running. If you want to copy that, go for it. Skills, parry, radiant, javelin thrust, intervene for our polearm. And this is our, yeah, we're running max seamless right now. This is our current build that we're going for. Yeah, we're supposed to get a new patch this week, yeah. In the next couple days, I believe. Well, yeah, Shadow Strix does need to have that bug fixed. Yeah, the Shadow Dash, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that 100% is a problem. It's been a problem for weeks now. Yeah, I definitely don't defend Shadow Strix's bunny hop. I mean, defend it as in saying that it should stay in the game. You know, like very clearly it's a bug at this point and it needs to be fixed. But they haven't fixed it and everybody's doing it, so it just kind of is what it is until they fix it. Yeah, definitely kind of annoying, but, you know, not much I can do about it. Yeah, I guess my biggest concern question is why people claim that lobbies are 95% WK when, like, Rogue is clearly a stronger class. I mean, either my Shadow Strix is really good, or Shadow Strix is still broken. It's one of the two. Because my win-loss on Shadow Strix is still leagues better than my WKs. Because as a Shadow Strix, I can make so many mistakes and still live, and then come back and eventually kill you. I mean, I'm just saying, like, my Shadow Strix is by far better than my WK. It is just a better class. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what else or how else to say it, but... But, you know, it doesn't even matter. Even if my Shadow Strix is good, the tools that Shadow Strix get access to still feels better than the tools that Wither Knight has access to. You know? So we'll make a guide on how to beat Hammer Mercs. You don't really see a lot of Hammer Mercs. Basically, you just wait for them to do their attack, and then the moment they miss, because it's pretty easy to dodge, you just go in and punish them over and over again. That's really that's like the basics. Because all of Hammer Merc's skills are really slow. The only time Hammer Merc has ever given me trouble is when Hammer Mercs are animation canceling, which is apparently a thing now. There's some kind of animation cancel tech they can do to basically make the hammer faster. I have a feeling it's probably going to end up getting nerfed because probably unintentional. But, you know, regardless, that's the only time I've ever really had a hard time against hammers. Unless I'm playing Polearm and Shield Wither Knight, which gets hard countered by hammer players. So. Yeah, most hammer mercs do not do the cancel tech, but if you do, you realize how much better it is. Yeah, you're talking about the, yeah, just so we're on the same page, we're talking about the cancel tech where you swing. What is it? You swing, right click, cancel, left click, and then it lets you infinitely do the starting attack. Is that right? I think there's multiple cancels. There's one for rock throw as well. There's a few animation cancels you can do to make Hammer Merc much stronger. Yeah, honestly, the developers probably need to balance the animation cancel. The problem with animation cancel tech is it makes it impossible to balance. How can you balance Hammer Merc based on an animation cancel that the top 1% of players are doing, while the other 99% are not doing it? Now it's impossible to balance. Because now if you nerf Hammer because of the animation cancel tech, but you don't change the tech, Hammer Merc as a class suffers. You know what I mean? So I feel like they're like, you kind of have to fix it, otherwise it just puts you in a really hard to like balancing spot. Yeah, basically that is what makes Hammer Merc the scariest to fight, is anyone that does the like animation cancel stuff. I'm sure it'll probably, you know, catch on at some point soon, and then people will start doing it more. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't really complain about, if you're playing Shadow Strix and doing the bunny hopping, you can't really complain about Hammer Merc animation cancel. Like, it's in the same exact realm. They're both animation cancels. Same difference. I'm also not like complaining that people are doing this animation cancel. I'm just merely saying that if they want to balance Hammer Merc properly without worrying about animation cancel as part of the balancing, it should probably get fixed. That's all. I have a feeling that if the Hammer Merc stuff catches on and becomes super widespread, they'll probably nerf it. Honestly, I'm usually not one. I usually don't like animation cancel in fights. Just generally speaking, I think it makes for poor gameplay. It's a big reason I never really liked Legacy's combat, because that game was 90% animation cancel cheesing players from 100 to 0. And I really don't think that kind of gameplay is super fun. So if it was up to me, I would remove all animation cancel stuff from the game, including Shadow Strix's bunny hop as well. Even though I use it myself, I would rather it not be in the game. Does he have the auto pop one, or am I... Is that the automatic pop? It is. I haven't seen a Wither not use that in a while. He doesn't have parry. Yeah, he definitely does. This guy does not have parry. He's used 3 skills that were not. I don't think every class should have a bunny hop, though. That's my whole point. I don't think animation cancel makes for good gameplay. Just straight up, I just don't think it makes for... Actually, GG. Yeah, interesting seeing no parry Wither Knights.
This place is
Yeah,
finally
you don't.
open.
I feel like every Wither Knight basically
You want to
auto
make your
runs parry.
fortune?
I will say, do you know what is broken? The breakthrough charge tip. If you look at the data mine of what the move looks like, the attack goes like 3 feet past where the sword is supposed to land. So that's why you end up getting hit by it when it doesn't look like you should. So yeah, like the breakthrough is actually kind of bugged out right now. Not really working like it should. Well, I guess they did it on purpose, but it does look really silly. Sorry, I'm not sure when the next patch is. Sometime this week is all we know. Wish I had more info to give you, but I don't. Sork and Seer. Yeah, I really disagree with the people that claim that lobbies are nothing but Wither Knight. I'm seeing a lot of variety in my games. So I've seen a Wither Knight, a Sork, and a Seer this game already. Very clearly the variety is still here. I really do not agree with claiming that lobbies are nothing but Wither Knight, because you can tell by my stream that that's just not true. If it was, then I wouldn't be seeing all these other classes already.
Ring the chime. Don't keep our woodling friend waiting.
Stamina does not regenerate during parry. That's not a thing. That's not true at all. You only regenerate if someone hits your parry. Yeah, only if you get hit during it. Yeah, if the other player just doesn't hit your parry, you'll gain no energy back. I'm liking this build so far. I'm not sure if I like it more or less than my other build, but it seems okay. Range shear matchup's still kind of silly. I think this is probably my least favorite matchup in the game, because you have to wait for their turrets to basically be on cooldown, and it takes forever to fight them. Like, the slowest fight I think I have against range shear is probably something like 10 minutes. It's always a long, drawn-out fight. Unless they make a big mistake. Yeah. Every single range shear fight usually lasts something like 10 minutes. Just by far the longest fight in the game. Honestly, I'm shocked that people complain about WK while range shear still exists. I would rather fight 100 WKs before I fight one range shear. Kill turret, because if I swap to kill the turret, then he just attacks me in the back and I take too much damage. I don't even fight the turret on range shears. I just wait for it to go away off cooldown. Honestly, I don't even fight range shears anymore at all. I just walk the other direction. Honestly, it's not even worth fighting range shear. The matchup takes too long, and it's too likely to get third party during it. I really just prefer to just walk away. They have too many instant heals, and their cooldowns are so short, it's really hard to get a kill on them. It's easier just to avoid them. Their chase sucks, so I usually just run. Just let them do their own thing. David, that's kind of funny. Yeah, someone asked me why I never have range tier fights in my videos, and that's the reason why. I actively try to avoid them and don't fight them. I think it's the only matchup in the game that I actively avoid fighting. Even BAs, I'm willing to fight. Oh, that was mid-dodge. Bro, I can't hit him to save my life. Every hit has been a fail. Does he not have parry? I think he doesn't have parry. I think I keep, missing my parry on purpose, and he literally doesn't have it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm throwing this game. I don't think he has it. I've been, waiting for him to throw it out, and he hasn't done it at all. I'm pretty damn sure at this point, because he would have parried by now. He definitely did not have it. I was playing around his parry for so long, and then it didn't happen, and it was getting me killed. I was waiting for it. He just didn't have it. It caught me off guard. Because against Wither Knight, if you parry first and they have parry, they'll counter your parry and you'll die. So I was really, really trying to hold off on the anti-parry, and he just didn't have it. Yeah, that was, yeah, I was kind of mind gaming myself there in that fight. I kind of almost lost because of my, it was just me. I just wasn't using my parry properly with what he was doing. I guess I need to count how many abilities they use before the fight starts. I need to basically figure out if they have parry or not. Yeah, he had Breakthrough, Radiant, and the Thorn Grab, yeah. Honestly, so many Wither Knights just have parry that I kind of just baseline assume that they have it. Which, clearly I shouldn't, but... Yes, this is with smiting and cooldown reduction. We have max seamless as well. So we get our cooldowns really fast compared to what we normally would. Well, shit, man, that WK almost beat me because I was trying to play around his stupid parry. I almost played myself. Yeah, that would have been kind of sad. Yeah, we're a 7 on seamless, yeah, for this build. Well, I figured if we're gonna go for a cooldown reduction build, I should just go all in on it. Might as well. Play Souls games. Dark Souls 3 was my favorite. I probably played that game 4 or 5 times. It's a little, honestly, it's kind of pro and con. The cooldown reduction build does seem good, but I do miss having 3 talents. So a little bit of both.
Blood falling. Proof of the victor.
I think Range Shear's hardest counter is probably Shadow Strix because the class is fast enough that they can kind of just keep running in and out over and over again and then just wait for the Seer to make one mistake. But yeah, outside of that, Range Shear really doesn't have any super hard matchups. Maybe Polearm and Shield Wither Knight because you can block a lot of their hits. Yeah, maybe that.
Hey, don't say I didn't warn you.
But Greatsword Wither Knight, I prefer to just avoid fighting Range Shears. It's not really fun. It's easier to just walk the other way and let them get bored and do what they're gonna do. I killed you last night after stream. Yeah, that was me. I was doing some testing on my build. Were you the legendary or the purple Wither Knight? Because I killed 2 different people in the same game. We either fought at the event zone in purples or we fought in the early stage of the game in legendaries. One or the other. Yeah, so I was down to 1 horn only, but I wanted to push for the event anyway, because I had already killed a legendary WK when I got to you. Yeah, I really was kind of greedy for pushing you at all, but I wanted the event, so I did it anyway. Yeah, and then the Berserker came in and was assisting in the fight as well. Dustblood is Switch only, guys. I can't play Dustblood. It's not on PC. For some unknown reason, they've decided Dustblood is best on Switch 2. Unlucky. If the shield from Intervene is affected by polearm rarity? Oh, I have no idea. I think it's just... I don't think it does, but... I can't say for certain. Well, yeah, but... They made the choice to go to Nintendo for funding, right? What do you mean? They could have just released their game on PC. They could have. They chose not to. I mean, it's fine, but I'm not playing their game. I'm not buying a Switch to play their game. Switch isn't even a good console to play, like, PvP games. I don't... Yeah, I mean, that game is... I mean, the game just doesn't matter to me because of that. I would probably try it otherwise, but... If it's not on PC, I'm not really interested. Is what it is. Yeah, Yeah, I really don't like Nintendo and their exclusivity ways. I do have a Switch 1 that I got, you know, way back when, but I'm not planning to buy a Switch 2. I'm not really planning to buy any more Nintendo consoles at this point. I think I'm done with Nintendo products. I mean, just because one company's gatekeeping Bloodborne doesn't mean it's good for the consumers that they're gonna gatekeep Dustbloods. Gatekeeping is just it just is not beneficial for consumers. It's only beneficial for the companies trying to, you know, basically force people to buy their consoles that people don't want to buy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not buying it. I don't care. I won't be playing Dustbloods, and I won't feel bad about it. It just kind of is what it is. I'm not playing on a Switch 2 to play a PvP game. That is absurd. I mean, Switch 2 has horrible performance anyway. The consoles just aren't good. I'm not wasting all that money on it. I think Wither Knight is an A tier class right now. I do not have any legendary builds to share, no. Yeah, I don't share legendary codes because that's what happened. If I do that, then my gear becomes out of stock and I can't use them anymore. Every time I try to make a new legendary kit and I share it, it just gets instantly bought up and I can't play the game anymore. So that's kind of why I've started playing purples for the most part, because I don't have to worry about the market shit. Although I do have a legendary kit to try out today as well. I already have it pre-bought, so I know it can't disappear, which is nice. Oh, Wither Knight. Breakthrough. The first time, the parry didn't work, so I thought maybe I could get him that time. Probably did. Yeah, GG. Yeah, the first time we did the parry battle, he didn't do it right away, so I thought I could get him on the second go, but he didn't fall for it. Yeah, he's running through the breakthrough so hard. I don't know, the cooldown build is cool, but having breakthrough, I feel like I'm at such a disadvantage against him there. That breakthrough is so insanely strong. It's so hard to dodge it, it's almost impossible. He uses the ability, and then I'm hit before I even, like, get hit on my, like, screen. That's insane. Yeah, breakthrough, it's so finicky, but... Oh, wait, you know what we can do? We could run this legendary kit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The cooldown reduction is cool, but I feel like having breakthrough just makes such a big difference. It got him so many free dodges and hits in that fight that I just don't have access to. Like, that fight alone makes me just miss having 3 skills, by far. Wrath is a waste. It doesn't activate till you're low HP. I kind of hate Wrath. I feel like why not just grab more Valor? You're only missing 0.6% damage per point, but it's active at all times. I think Wrath is a bait talent, or bait affix, whatever you want to call it. Wrath is just bad. I don't know why. I really don't know why you... I don't know what the point of using it is. But yeah, right now I'm definitely leaning towards the cooldown build not being as good as the breakthrough build. Breakthrough is just too good for fights. Although Seamless might be worth running regardless. So maybe you just run Seamless and then three skills. I feel like that would be good. I guess what I don't understand is why you would grab Wrath when there are other affixes that are active at all times, not when you're low HP. Because the difference between Valor and Wrath is not very much. Wrath gives you 2.1% damage at 50% or lower health, and Valor gives 1.5% damage per point. So why not just take Valor? It's just better. You're losing 0.6% damage per, but it's active at all times. So you're probably getting more damage in a fight with just Valor. Honestly, even Strife is probably better. Because Strife is giving 1.2%, but it's active at all times. So if you double that, you would kind of double it to 2.4. Since half your fight will be above 50% health, at least half the fight. And then it still gives you more benefit. I don't really see why you would run Wrath. Yeah, quite honestly, yeah, Val is by far the best damage affix in the game. You really don't need any others. I think this is just best for the primary damage. I don't even use the other stuff. I just rely on defense. Stoic. Kind of starting to like Tenacious more. Seems like that health gain might be kind of nice. Stoic, Tenacious, Elusive. Ethereal can be pretty useful too. No, Burst is bad. It doesn't do very much. I don't really recommend Burst. It's kind of a bait stat for Wither Knight, unfortunately. Wish that wasn't the case, but yeah, it's just not great.
Every cocoon imprisons a soul that
Yeah, I don't think I would ever not use...
Purify them.
I don't think I'd ever not use Stoic. I think it is a must-have on every build. Even in greens, I use Stoic. Yeah, my green go-to is Valor and Stoic. Damage and health gain. Oh. Well, you know, you say Ethereal's a waste until you jump off the map and then get a free reset heal because of it. If you force your fights where Ethereal is useful, it is not a waste. that a range shear? Okay. Yeah, range shear fights are so bad. They're so boring. I really don't want to fight this, but I'm not sure if I'm going to get much of an option. I really don't want to fight a range shear. Every range shear fight ends in me getting third party because the fight lasts for 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm good. Honestly, if we're gonna see ranged here in our lobby more, I need to swap the polearm Wither Knight. Because polearm Wither Knight, I actually have a decent chance at fighting them. But on Greatsword, it's not gonna be worth fighting. No, this is not hybrid. This is cooldown reduction. Hybrid would be if I had polearm abilities, which I do not. Yeah, we could take magic resistance against Reverence here. I mean, I still don't want to fight them, but yeah, it would be helpful to have. I'm not aware of Aegis being bugged. That would be news to me. So Greatsword is, I think, generally a little bit better, but that's because polearm gets hard countered by hammer. If you're running polearm and shield, and you run into a hammer merc, you auto lose for free, which is really annoying. But again, yeah, we're gonna see a bunch of ranged shears in my lobby. I might have to swap to polearm. Because it's not worth fighting them on Greatsword. Any way to beat hammer with polearm? No. No, there's not. It is a hard counter. You are not ever supposed to win that fight. Yeah, and honestly, without breakthrough, I'm not even sure if it's possible for me to kill a range here. That's another problem with this build. If I'm running, if I'm not running breakthrough, then I don't have the same gap closer, and I don't think I can even kill a range shear if I get them low. Because my only gap closer is now Radiant Retribution, which isn't much of a gap closer. That's also, that could be another problem as well. Yeah, the more I talk about it, the more I think that I need to just take Seamless only and take 3 skills. I think I'm kind of starting to convince myself that this build is not worth using. There's too many matchups that you kind of need the breakthrough. Even Wither Knight versus Wither Knight, you want the breakthrough as well. Yeah, I mean, if every single matchup I play, it feels like you need it, why would you not just use it? I can't really think of a reason not to. And also, having 3 skills going on cooldown with Seamless is probably more value than having slightly more reduction with 2 skills. Because then you're reducing 3 skills of value, not just 2. That includes smiting as well. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that.
The Mistfall rarely shows itself. Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that breakthrough is just too good not to use. Yeah, maybe it's time for me to swap. Especially because if we're seeing, again, especially if we're seeing range shares in my lobbies, I need to have the breakthrough for them. Hey, Tencho, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Well, I do have a holy polearm and shield, but honestly, I don't really know what the point of using it is. Because it's going to be given to the first hammer merc I see. I think I would have to play some kind of hybrid great sword plus, you know, polearm and shield build, but I'm not really sure. I don't even know what build could work with that. Because at that point, you're just taking two weaker variants of each build, and I just don't know how that's going to work well for me. I mean, Rev Seer is an S tier class. It's really strong. I don't know why some people think Rev Seer is weak, but it is so far from weak. It is extremely strong. Honestly, I'd rather fight a Shadow Strix than fight a Rev Seer, even though I think Rev Seer is stronger. This is why I don't fight range shears. It's such a bad matchup. It's so hard to kill them.
Control of the purification ritual is back in your hands.
Wait, he might have just made a mistake. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, wait. This is the chance. Yes! Oh my god, he made such a big mistake. Oh my god. Yeah, he was like a third. He was hit by the mobs. Oh, it is so hard to win this fight. Oh my god. You guys have no idea how... It is so hard to kill a Reverend Seer. Oh my god, we actually killed one. Dude, the mistake... Oh my god, I'm so happy. It is so hard to win this matchup. Oh, okay. We did it. I honestly don't remember the last range shear I've killed. It's been so long. I always just ignore them. Oh, okay. Yeah, he threw so bad. When I pushed, he was like I think he was a third, like low on HP or something like that. Yeah, that freaking spear throw, if I don't hit that, he probably full heals and I don't kill him. Yeah.
You have completed their
That's
unfinished
crazy.
journey home.
I can't believe we did that.
Thank you, Guild Hunter.
You know, I honestly might transfer this gear and throw it on my Seer. Because that guy clearly I usually expect that range shearers know what they're doing if they're running legendaries, so I'll definitely have to run that kit. Throw the knife off the ladder? No. You can only throw axes to get them off the ladder. I don't have axes. I only have throwing knives. I could consider running axes, though, to stop the ladder, you know, the ladder jumps. Think he was out at insta-heals? No, I think it was on cooldown. I think he used one already, and I was able to keep enough pressure that he didn't get another one quick enough.
Losing everything.
Yeah, I cannot express how excited I am that I was able to actually take one of those guys out. I'm just gonna leave, actually. Yeah, do you know how many fights I've had against that class where we've sat back and forth for 15 minutes and just none of us can do anything?
Of the victor.
Basically, they throw down their tower, I back away, wait for cooldown, and then every time I try to push, I get hit by the tower that like hits me at the end of the duration. So then I back away, I wait for it to get out, and then I try to repush, and they throw their turret tower back up, and it's just it's a constant back and forth, and it lasts forever. Yeah, thank God. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna... I want to see what this guy's, what his, stats were. Well, the reason I don't play range shear and the biggest, like, annoyance of the class is that it has no chase. The class is insanely strong, and it's really hard to kill them. But if you just don't chase a range shear and you walk the other direction, like, it's funny. Range shear is the strongest class that is hindered by its inability to chase. If range shear all of a sudden had some kind of way to chase people across the map, I think this class would actually be the strongest class in the game. Like, imagine if they had a skill that gave them a really big mobility boost. If they had something that let them do that, I think the class would like rocket into top spot. That's the only thing this class is missing is mobility. The only reason I don't claim it to be the strongest class in the game is because of that. Here's what I want to know. Why is he running one Aegis? Is this really his gear? This seems, I mean, I guess it's fine. Class needs to be nerfed. Shadow Strix in solo. I don't know how it's performing in trio. Stardust Sorcerer in trio is like the two primary things that need to be nerfed. I know that Stoic's better than Aegis. I'm surprised to just see him running only 2 Aegis, I guess. Wait a minute. He's running Vitality. Guys, Vitality doesn't work on range shear. You don't have energy. Yeah, wait a minute. Vitality doesn't do anything. It's a dead stat. Yeah, this is just... This build is just wrong. Yeah, this build is just bad. He has a completely dead stat. Gold bag? I don't think gold bags can be used unless you play on Cataclysm. Well, anyway. Yeah, I was gonna copy his build and play it, but it's just not good, so probably not gonna do that. Yeah, I'm kind of... I'm still leaning towards what I said earlier. I'm still leaning towards running 3 skill with breakthrough, but I'll keep trying it, even though I'm still... I won't say it yet, but I am kind of leaning towards that. Okay, let's bring some axes for ladders. Why not? Crystal Nectar. I don't know the exact spots. I just gotta find it randomly. I just buy it all. For the most part. I think Radiant Retribution is better for straight melee combat than Breakthrough. I don't think the answer is to swap it. It's either you use Radiant Retribution or you use both, I think. Radiant just feels really good, and I don't know if I could imagine not using it. I've also never seen someone knocked off a ladder before, because no one uses axes. Here's a question. Do any of you disagree with my opinion on Range Shear? I think Range Shear is an S tier class that can only really die if they make if they over push. I think if a Range Shear plays defensively, the class is almost impossible to die, minus having a Shadow Strix run in and out, waiting for that one mistake, or maybe Polearm and Shield Wither Knight. I feel like, generally speaking, Range Shear is a class that is strong enough that you basically cannot die if you play correctly, because you have so many extra heals and zone control and stuff. Feels very hard. I feel like every time I ever die on Range Shear, it's because I get greedy and I overpush, because the class is annoying to play because everybody can run from you. Well, this isn't a question about Shadow Strix. This is a question about Range Shear specifically. Like, yeah, I think Shadow Strix is a stronger class, generally speaking, but just wondering if anybody else shares my frustration on fighting Range Shears. I guess. How would I make 1.6 million? Winning my PvP fights and farming. Mixture of both. Did I upgrade camps? Everything that I was able to. Yeah, if, I'm telling you straight up, if Reverend Seer suddenly got an update that gave them some way to chase players down for, like, for kills, I think the class would be just as strong as Shadow Strix is. That's the only thing that they're missing is some mobility. They don't even need much. If they just got just enough mobility to help them basically finish off a kill that is, like, from someone who's almost dead, I think that would be enough to push them into, like, the really top tier. Yeah, even a minor buff would, like, tip that scale. Well, I don't want Range Shear to get a mobility buff unless the class gets nerfed, because that would break the game. I mean, I played Range Shear on stream, what was it, maybe a week ago? And I had some really good games with it, man. It's a strong class. Hey, Dodge, welcome, bud. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing good. Well, that's the reason I always walk from... People do ask me, like, wow, why do you just walk away from the Range Shear? And I'm like, well, the thing is, when you fight Range Shear, the fight usually lasts for 5 to 10 minutes, maybe longer. And if you sit there and you try to basically deplete their heals over the course of 10 minutes, that is such a big room to get third party that I just don't feel like it's worth the effort. Basically, it's high risk, low reward, because the chance of getting third party is very high against them. I think Rain Shear would be a more fun class if the core of the class got nerfed and then they had slightly more mobility so the class didn't feel so boring to play. I don't know how you would do that exactly, but yeah, I think that would be more enjoyable. I think it'd be more fun to play Rain Shear as well if that was the case. Because the only reason I don't play it is because of how boring it is watching everybody just walk the other way and there's nothing I can do about it. I have no chase tools whatsoever. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really strong, but it is so boring to play. It's the biggest problem with that class. I think that's why Seer doesn't play it as Seer. I think that's why Lich doesn't play Seer range as well. Because Lich doesn't want everybody to just be able to walk away for free every fight. Well, WK is the class that got buffed, and I've been wanting to play Greatsword for 3 weeks, so kind of makes sense as to why I would want to play this class. Been waiting for this for a while now. There's a talent that makes Greatsword more viable against Rain Shear. You mean the magic resistance? Because I am considering grabbing that.
The barrier has been lifted. Your victim.
That heal off, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm assuming you mean the magic resistance point. Honestly, I consider grabbing it to make my matchup against Sorks and Rain Shears better. It could be worth it. Did I ever try this here talent that boosts speed while using Wind Push skill? I don't know if I ever used that skill. Does it feel good enough to chase kills? Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Rain Shear. I only played it 1 or 2 days. Yeah, 12. I mean, I've known about the magic resistance for a while now. This isn't really news. I mean, I've known that it's good for a while, but the thing is, it's only really good and worth it if you're seeing mostly Sorks and Rain Shears in your lobbies. But I'm seeing so many Wither Knights and Shadow Strix, so the talent does nothing against them. So I chose not to use it very much. But yeah, trust me, I'm aware of it. It's just it's hard to justify teching towards Rain Shear, which I basically don't fight anyway, because I just walk away, and Sorks, which are kind of rare, because most of my fights really do end up being just, you know, Shadow Strix, Mercs, Wither Knights, you know, any of that fun stuff. Debuff? I think it's magic damage, I think someone said. Wow, that fight went super well. Wow, that was kind of insane. You think it's bad to have differences between magical and physical resistance? Well, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of commonplace, because it's the same that Dark and Darker does. But Dad also does suffer from, you know, quote-unquote luck-based matchmaking. Where sometimes you just get rock, paper, scissors and you die. Yeah, I think drops end tomorrow, by the way. I think that's the end of that. If you don't have your drops already for this one, just make sure you link your account soon. Pretty sure those are just for upgrading your camp thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure separating damage is a completely normal thing. I think so. Oh, you need 3 of them? Oh, okay. Oh, Birdie, wait, were you the Wither Knight that we just fought at the exit at the bell? Or were you a different person? Shadow Strix can fly over walls with RMB. You know what? I did see some Shadow Strix in really weird spots. Oh, I'm the Merc? Oh, GG, man. Yep. Yeah, we're running a cooldown build, so our Radiant comes back really fast. That's kind of the whole point. Yeah, Merc is very good. I think Merc has a very even chance of beating Wither Knight in the current state. I think both classes are A tier. Counts as knockdown for seamless rank 5. It doesn't really matter. It's really for trios. I'm just using Seamless for the cooldown reduction. There's no like real benefit for solo play.
Are you planning to turn this entire place upside down?
No, I think even skill Merc and With the Knight have a pretty even chance against each other. I think they're both strong. Oh, you know what? I need to do the market stuff too before I start the game. Before I run out of space again. You know, at the rate we're going, I might hit 2 million gold here pretty soon. Getting pretty close. Hey, Young. What's up, man? How do I feel about Mercenary? I think the class is in a good spot right now. I think Merc is, I would say Merc is probably A tier at the moment. I think it's a strong class overall, but I don't think it's overwhelmingly OP like it used to be. I don't know what you mean by that, Gianni. The shop sells all items. In the auction? Yeah, you can buy everything from the auction that you need. I was watching the first Seer build, and I said Rogue had 3 horns. I mean, that fight was so long ago, man. I don't really remember the context. Either I watched him use his horns, or I just assumed by the fact that he was exit camping and how aggressive he was that he had 3 horns, one or the other. Pretty sure that was when I had 0 horns, right? And also you could see him use 3 horns during that fight, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. If you want to play trios and carry, just play Stardust Sorcerer like everybody else is. You'll be like that meme where it zooms out into the aisle of nothing but Buzz Lightyear. That's basically what Stardust Sorcerer is in trios right now. Everybody's playing it. That's just kind of what the game is, for now at least. The standard story at Seer? Did it? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I've never... I think that, I mean, you don't really ever buy standard store items. I'm not even sure why they exist. Buying grays is not really worth anything. I don't know if I've ever bought items from there to use that I can remember. I've only used the Holy Polearm and Shield in practice games in the training ground. Even if you just started the game, there's really no reason to buy grays. You're just wasting money. You should just use the junk gear and wait and save up for greens. The grays just don't make a big enough of a difference compared to the affixes, so it's better to just save it for green gear. Greenins are very cheap on the market. They're not even that much more priced than those grays are, because the shop's kind of overpriced. No, there's no icon that tells you how many horns someone has. It'd be kind of interesting if there was, but no. You kind of just have to make an assumption. Pogo, if you're seeing less gear, it's probably because of the gear-based matchmaking. Because they just announced recently that they've made the gear-based matchmaking a little bit more aggressive. So, honestly, zero to hero isn't even going to be that hard to do anymore. Because if you go into a match in greens, you're way, way less likely to see purples and letters. It is possible, but it's so unlikely in comparison. Honestly, if I ran nothing but full blues, I imagine the general skill level goes way down, right? Like it's kind of where the newer players are gonna be. So the higher gear you wear, I imagine is gonna be the harder the matchups are, the harder the players you're gonna fight are. I think that's probably accurate. Well, again, I didn't say that you can't find purple and greens, but it's much less likely to do it. They've added a little bit of a window, so if the matchmaking takes a while, it'll throw you in anyway. But as long as there's players playing in those gear brackets, you're more likely to find them, pretty much. So it's not that it's impossible, but it's more just that it's a lot more likely, pretty much. Well, the developers seem to be pretty set on trying to separate players as much as they can. I mean, they still have bot lobbies if you're dying a lot that you join in, which I've seen some people complain about. But that's kind of, that's just how the game works, so. I have Ethereal, right? Max 5. So I can go up there with no risk. I can't die because of fall damage, so I can actually go up here risk-free. Tips on fighting Greatsword against Form and Shield. Just a practice thing, man. I don't have any specific tips, really. Yeah, I assume he's gonna jump down and knock me off, but that really doesn't matter. Perfectly okay with that. He was not doing the ethereal cheese, apparently. I thought he was.
Oh, this place is finally open. If you want to make your fortune...
Bots are only in the game if you're brand new or if you're dying all the time. Otherwise, I haven't seen bots in probably 2 weeks. Yeah, honestly, having ethereal on my kit is nice, just so I don't have to worry about the fall damage cheese that some players do. Not that guy, but I've seen some people just camp the elevators all game. I've seen some funny shenanigans there. It's kind of nice when you have it, so you don't have to worry about like insta dying over something silly. The bug jars are found in these things, but it looks like someone looted it. You can also find them in the smaller ones here. I've never found one, so apparently it exists, but hard for me to believe. But yeah, clearly the matchmaking does not always work because that ranger was in greens. So it's not a guarantee that just because you're wearing greens you're gonna see other greens. It's just way more likely for it to happen. I think it depends on who is queuing up at that specific moment, pretty much.
Quit standing around and ring the time.
Merc. Using the invis powder. Just trying to keep an eye on him. You can see him, yeah. I'll say you can see the merc even if he's invis. GG. Yeah, you can find the bug jar here. It's just rare. That's kind of what this build does. That's kind of the entire point of this build, is to have really short cooldowns. We have max seamless and the talent for cooldown as well. I think the parry is technically 5 seconds. I'd have to double check. I think it's something like that. Although I'm not really sure if this build is worth it over Breakthrough. Because Breakthrough is really good as either A, gap poser, or B, just kind of catching melee off guard. Because it comes out so fast, it's hard to dodge it sometimes. It really is a very tight window of getting it, you know, dodged. So I've debated on whether it's worth it or not. Not really sure yet. Cooldown on blues. All you need is seamless and the talent. So yeah, you could run the cooldown in greens. You're gonna miss out a lot of stats, but you could do it.
Guess you plan on staying, huh? Good luck to you then.
Oh, you meant, is it worth it? Oh, okay, I thought you just meant, is it possible? I think once you're in blues, it's probably fine. Do you need the cooldown talent? Well, that was kind of the big question is, do you need it, or do you just run seamless and then run 3 skills? Don't really have an answer for that. I'm not fighting auto in hard mode. This thing is... I cannot figure out how to beat it on melee in hard. Oh my god, I don't think I take that much damage there. But I think that was like, I tried to do the parry and then I think I got hit for a bunch of damage anyway. Yeah, I could not imagine trying to do this on hard mode. Maybe on my maybe on my rogue or something. I think Otto's the hardest boss in the game. Feels like he has the lowest punishment windows, I think. Like the time that you get to attack him when he's not actively attacking just feels very low. Also, Witherknight does not take the boss down very much, so you don't get a lot of free... That's like, this is the free damage phase that you're supposed to get, but you don't get it a lot on Witherknight. Kind of just a class thing. I think he's easier on Merc or virtually any other melee class. Just because of the knockdown you can do to him. Is Seamless worth it for Shadow? I don't think... I've never ran Seamless for Shadow. Whoa, 3 Crystal Nectars. What the? Oh, that's pretty nice. By RR? Because I like it for melee. That's really it. Preference.
Something's off. You'd better plan your escape route soon.
The tide is coming. It's gotta go.
I noticed that quite often WK slashes don't connect properly. Yeah, that's just a WK being WK thing. Yeah, Wither Knight just, as a class, has a lot of weird issues with connection. The class itself is kind of buggy. Is this the meta build? I have no idea. One of my viewers yesterday told me to try this build, so I'm testing the build out. I have no idea if it's meta or not. Not really sure. Yeah, there was a guy yesterday that was swearing that this build was really good. Retribution, parry, plus cooldown stuff, so I figured that would be a good thing to test out for today. With cooldown reduction, do I ever find that my stamina regen doesn't keep up? So I decided to gut not Valor, Vitality from this build because parry gives you energy recovery with each time someone hits your parry. So the idea is that the parry comes back so fast that I can keep my energy recovery up by using the parry. That's the general idea, at least. So I have this is one build that I have completely cut it out to make room for other affixes. So Seamless for cooldown reduction, Aegis for defense, Tenacious for health, so I'm more tanky, Ethereal so I can stop, you know, cheese / maybe jump off in certain spots where it's useful. This is kind of a flex affix, you don't have to use it. Stoic for healing, Valor for damage, Smiting is just insane on Wither Knight for cooldown reduction and energy gain. That's kind of the Valor replacement, or the Vitality replacement as well. And then, of course, Elusive is just good on every build. Yeah, I prefer to have 5 Elusive, but I could not fit it on this build, so I just stuck with 4 instead. Let me just buy some meds, and I will be... Yeah, parry restores about a third of your bar. It's quite a lot. Yeah, we're on our way to 2 million. We're already at 17 of stash value, so we're really not that far away. Probably a few more days and we'll have it, I imagine, at the rate we're going. Do I like sword or polearm better? I think polearm is better against range. It's also it's just an overall good build as well, and then I think greatsword is better against stuff like hammer merc. Yeah, if you've never played polearm and shield wither knight and tried to fight a decent hammer merc, you'll realize just how much of an impossible fight it feels like. It's very hard. It might be one of the most difficult matchups in the game as far as 1v1s go. I really don't know if there is a harder matchup out there. I'm trying to think of all the different class like matchups. Black Arrow versus Shadow Strix is hard, but you can kill them. But I think polearm just gets poor countered by hammer. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. You know what? That's true. That's probably an equal bad matchup. Elemental Sword versus range here is abysmally garbage. Yeah, that too. That was probably one of the most unfun fights I've had outside of polearm versus hammer. John, if you can you rewind on Twitch? I just showed the affixes like a minute ago. Everything you do with polearm and shield gets stunned by hammer. I don't see how you're supposed to reasonably win that fight. Yeah, especially if the hammer player is running curse for the stun too. I think you're boned. Because every single attack you do results in you getting stunned. I don't know how you're supposed to do it unless you're doing some kind of hybrid build with sword and polearm. I don't know. I just don't really see it. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. All of polearm and shield's attacks get you stunned by hammer merc, and hammer merc can be in super armor forever. So I just don't see how you're supposed to even have a reasonable opening against them. Yeah, I like solos in this game, personally. It has a few imbalances, but generally speaking, I really like the game solo. What did I do against BA? Sword is really not as good at good against BA as I think polearm and shield is. I think my polearm and shield wither knight is favored, and then against BAs with greatsword, I have to kind of force them into a spot where they're not in the open. But if I'm on my polearm and shield wither knight, I'm not really that scared of BAs. It depends on what build I'm playing. But yeah, that's what it comes down to. Hammer Merc is in super armor for 90% of the fight because they can spam it with no energy cost, really. So you have to somehow find a time to attack them when they're not super armored, which is really, really hard to do. Yeah, a good BA can still beat a full arm and shield WK. It is possible. I mean, it's not like it's an impossible matchup, but I'm just saying from my experience, I'd rather be full arm and shield than greatsword. Like, if the lobbies were nothing but BAs for whatever reason, I would swap builds. This is more of a melee tailored build. I can kill BAs, but it's not really made for it. Can you parry Hammer Merc? Well, yeah, but if you're greatsword, if you're pole arm and shield, you probably don't have parry, and even if you do have parry, you're not going to have the same talents for your greatsword, so it's still not going to be a great matchup. That's why greatsword is good against hammer, because parry is really good against them, but the pole arm just really is not. Yeah, we'll check for the bug jar while we're here. Oh. Ghost, I killed you and I said you're an easy target? Are you sure? What class were you playing? Doesn't sound like me. I mean, I don't remember saying that. I'm not sure if I've ever used the words easy target before. That doesn't really sound like something I would say specifically, to be honest with you. Not that I can think of.
The Mistfall rarely shows itself. Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
Remember, he has the, yep, he has the grapple. So he has 3 skill, I have 2. I might be dead. Yep, he has parry, that's why I did not parry. Oh, I'd be dead. Wow, GG. Dude, that delayed stun? Dude, I think I have to run 3 talents. All the good WKs just seem to be running 3, not 2. Yeah, we're gonna have to swap. Him having 3 talents there is so much better than my 2. It's so much better. I can't, like... He just has 50% more, like, utility on his belt. I can't, like, you just have to use 3. I think this is just Mimi. We need to swap the 3. Yeah, 3 is just better. We'll keep Seamless on the build, but I'm not running 2 skills. Yeah, we either need to run Breakthrough in Radiant, or we need to run Grapple in Radiant. But we cannot run, like, we can't run only 2 against Wither Knights that are running 3. We're just at such a disadvantage in that fight. It's insane. Breaker Bash isn't really good unless you spec into the talents for it. Yeah, we either have to run grapple or breakthrough. We can't run. Yeah, we can't run 2 talents. It's just not worth it. We're just throwing gear away for free. It's the second Wither Knight I fought with 3 talents that felt impossible to fight. Yeah. We're done with that. We'll still use Seamless, but yeah, that's 100% not worth it. I had a feeling that was going to be the case, but figured I'd try anyway. Pretty sure our cooldown is still going to be very fast. I don't think you actually need that talent to do this build properly. I need throwing knives too. Like, I'm just going to buy a bunch of them. This is the fastest way to buy knives. I swear, it really is. You just click and spam space because you can't buy them in stacks. Looks like really stupid, but it's actually the best way to do it. Yeah, I think, especially with smiting on the build, there's no reason to not just run 3 skills. Yeah, I would agree with that. Gave it a solid attempt, but yeah, it's just, you're just missing so much. Stun Blasphemous here. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've literally never fought it, so I don't really know much about it. How do you beat WK? You just go in and out and fight them until you get an advantage. I mean, you're a Shadow Strix. You always have the chance to run away. They can't catch you. I mean, you're a Shadow Strix, for God's sake. You have your teleport, you have your super armor. You just got to go in and get a favorable engagement, and if you fail, just run away and reset until you kill them. Pretty much. I mean, yeah, you have such a crazy mobility advantage against Wither Knights. Worst case, you can always just leave the map, or you can always just run from them if you like really can't like get a good engagement off. They can't kill you. Not if you use your mobility, right? You're too fast. Alright, 3 skill with a knight it is, I suppose. I mean, I don't think Stun Blasphemer Seer build works if you run Resilience. I'm pretty sure that stops infinite stun. Because Max Curse is countered by Resilience stacking. And again, I've also never fought us here doing that, so kind of hard to really give much opinion on it. Maintain money because I win most of my fights. I think I have a 6 KD or something. Yeah, I have a, what, 5.3 KD overall average. 70% extraction. But then my Shadow Strix is my farming class. It's almost a 10 KD. So, mostly Shadow Strix. This class is just, it's still busted. I only whip out the Shadow Strix when I'm bored and want to, like, chase other Shadow Strix around the map. The Thorn Pool where you can pull yourself. Haven't really tested it myself, honestly. Yeah, every time I try to fight other Wither Knights that are running 3 skill, I feel like I'm at a massive disadvantage.
Are there any treasures up there, shiny Guild Hunter?
So I think we're
Have a look.
I think this is kind of the build I'm gonna settle on. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case for this game for normals, because that's what Dark and Darker is. Normals is just a bunch of players in Vis Blues fighting each other. Well, Ghost, I'm glad you like the content, man. I appreciate you. I don't think Mistfalls were buffed or anything. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. I think I see a player over there. See, look how useful that breakthrough is there. The fact that I can break through also from parries is great. And I get my skills back fast too. Like, I have Seamless on, so my skill cooldown reduction is still really fast. Alright, well, fuck it, Shalita. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me test what are my exact cooldowns? My Radiant is 8 seconds rather than, I think, 7 default. And then my parry is 8 instead of, I think, 6 or 5. But smiting is also going to take down the cooldown over time, too. I feel like Seamless might just be enough for 3 skill, and it's fine. Combat bags? I don't use combat bags anymore. The gear just has such terrible affixes. I don't even bother. I don't think I've used a combat bag since maybe my first day of gameplay. Combat bags just kind of aren't it. Remember, I have Ethereal, so I can always just jump down as I want to. How do you not see me? He was so busy on the chest, I guess.
Mistfall rarely shows itself. Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
Yeah, remember, they haven't nerfed the Shadow Dash yet, so the chance of me catching him is very, very low. Damn, I just helped him.
Hurry up and read.
He is gone.
Take your junk out of here.
The classic. Well, charge heavy, you can use them, but it uses like a third of my energy bar, so I usually don't do that. So I'm not 0 energy by the time I catch them. And it's only slightly more movement anyway. It's not that much difference, because there's a little bit of a lag time at the end there too. So I think dash left click is better. Honestly, it might just be straight faster. Okay. Oh, it is gone. Round 2. And he's gone. And that's with the breakthrough on top of it. Yeah, I think if you want to kill rogues, you have to run thorns, not breakthrough, and try to basically catch them when they try to go to run and heal or whatever. Remember, Shadow Strix are the lobby admins. We're just living in their world, in their lobby. Javelin's range is too short.
Enough. You might end up losing everything.
Yeah, I've tried Javelin. It's not even worth using. It just disappears 90% of the time I try to hit a Shadow Strix that's running from me. Yeah, Thorn would be more reliable than Breakthrough. Breakthrough is better for melee, and then Thorn is better for rogues, and just range in general. Our rogue is already gone. I should have known he was gonna run to the exit. Well, the thing is, breakthrough is really stupid. The attack distance is a good 3 feet past where you're supposed to be able to hit someone. So you end up hitting breakthrough way more than you think you should be able to. Alright, I don't think I can get to this exit in time. This is probably just a reset. Unless I can get there before the bell procs, but I doubt it. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, we'll just reset. Bow? No, you're a Shadow Strix. You don't. There's no bows for Shadow Strix. Absolutely not.
The tide is coming. It's time to go.
Yeah, I will never bow to another Shadow Strix player. That's insane. Am I a Shadow Strix main? Yeah, that's why I don't bow to Shadow Strix. The class is broken. What? Yeah, that's why. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, there's no bowing to another Shadow Strix player. Like the least honorable class in the game. You gotta play a more honorable class if you want to bow. WK is not in the same level as Shadow Strix is. That is crazy. Shadow Strix is still far, far stronger with their mobility that they have access to. I mean, you do realize that the Shadow Dash you're using to get away is going to be gone in like 2 days as well. Yeah, that shit is like crazy strong. I would still rather play... If I was playing just for power level, I would still choose Shadow Strix over Wither Knight. There's no way I would play Wither Knight if it was just a matter of just winning lobbies. Because Shadow Strix has way more mobility. You have way more priority in a fight between chasing or resetting as needed. Yeah, speaking from myself of, again, as you say it, is Shadow Strix is one of my mains. Yeah, that class is still, like, absurd. Pretty much why I'm not playing it right now. Well, we know the Shadow Dash stuff is supposed to get nerfed this week. That's about all we're really aware of for now. We're running Seamless. So I originally ran the 2 talents, but I think this is, like, actually bad. I think it's better to run 3, and then just rely on Seamless to reduce your ability cooldown. And now I'm running, again, Seamless is my max stat, so I can try to just get all my cooldowns a little bit faster. It seems like it's working pretty well, though. Shadow Dash is the bunny hop where you take lightweight and you can basically double your dodge distance. It's supposed to be nerfed in 2 days or something. Can I show it? I mean, not right now. It's getting nerfed soon anyway, so there's really no reason to show it. It's gonna be gone in like a day. At this point, if you want to see it, go watch any of my Rogue videos. I've showed it so many times. At this point, it's just a bug that needs to be fixed. Yeah, I don't know, Creator. With my main being Shadow Strix, I still think my Shadow is stronger than my WK. Yeah, like, again, I mean, I'm just, if you're going based off of, you know, just player opinions, I absolutely think my, like, yeah, that's a blue rogue, yeah. Yeah, even blue rogue is strong. I can't believe any Wither Knights are even trying to claim that rogue is, like, on the same level as this. Rogue is just so much better of a class. It really is, like, very surprising to me that anyone would say that. I mean, I very much disagree with it. I would much rather be on the Shadow Strix side than the Wither Knight side. Yeah, I just don't know how anybody can sit there and defend Shadow Strix and act like it's not just the god of this game. Like, it is like no other class in the game can do what Shadow Strix can do. Not to mention that Shadow has the same exact health as Wither Knight does. It's not like they're glass cannons. They're the same exact stat line as tank classes are. You can go to the wiki and check that yourself.
The barrier has been lifted. Go face the Mistfall. Yeah, I don't understand how anybody can even try to act like Rogue is, like, not insanely strong. I just don't really get it, man.
And ring the charm.
I'm telling you, I would rather be on the Rogue side than be on the Wither Knight side in a straight 1v1 fight. Because at the very least, if you start losing against a Wither Knight, you always have the option to leave. But as a Wither Knight, if you start losing against a Rogue, you cannot run away, and you are going to die. So you have to play perfectly against them. Cap? I mean, Rogue is my main class, so you can say Cap if you want, but I do main Rogue. So, you can say what you
Give me
want.
the proof of your deeds.
I main Rogue, and it's my highest, like, KD extraction rate class in the game, by far. I would like to think that I can give some credibility considering, you know, that's just, I mean, it's what I play. Okay, and when I play Rogue, I can also kill Wither Knights, so what's your point? How does killing another class all of a sudden make irrelevant what I'm saying? I kill Wither Knights actively on my Shadow Strix. I just played Shadow Strix. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago I just played the class. Vulpix, I have multiple Wither Knight guides on my channel. I think I've made like 3 or 4 guides at this point. So any of those, if you use the guide command, have very similar builds to what I'm running. I mean, that's how you're supposed to play Shadow Strix. Yeah, as a Shadow Strix, the moment I start to lose a fight, I run away. And then I go back and I keep doing that over and over again until I start a winning engagement. It's why my Rogue doesn't die very much. It takes an egregious misplay on my part in order for me to die. Unless it's another Rogue matchup, since I can't actually run from them. Wonder if my gear set is finally in stock. Because the last time I tried to play Rogue, I was trying to buy a gear set, and everything was out of stock, and I couldn't play it. Just curious. Let me see if I can actually build my kit. Freaking... Oh, the freaking bracers are out of stock, man. Fervor, Vitality, Aegis. Hate this out of stock stuff. And it's always my pieces, too. There's only 2 pieces out of stock, and of course it's mine that I'm using. Of course, right? Freaking course it is, man. I think this is actually equivalent, though. I think that's the same stats I was running. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah, every time I try to build a Rogue kit, I swear to God, it's just out of stock. Always. Okay. Alright, real talk. Do you guys really want me to play Rogue? Because I will. I will if you want me to. Just say the word. Just say the word and we'll play some Rogue. I have no dagger. Oh, thank you for letting me know. That was actually a mistake. Appreciate you. I did forget. Thank you. Yep, I did. That was 100% a misplay. I just forgot. Alright. Rogue gameplay it is. You got it. Let me just use the restroom first. This is a new build too. I've never ran with these stats before. I'm curious how this will work. New sets in advance? It doesn't let you. You can't like re-buy a set, so it is what it is. Alright, I'll be right back, and then we'll do some rogue. Oh, I have no problem running when I play rogue. If I get into a spot where I'm hit once or twice, and I think it's probably a losing engagement, I just reset and run. There's no reason to, as a rogue, you have the option always to reset a fight. There's no reason not to take it. I 100% will always disengage and re-engage as needed. Yeah, I have no problem doing that. That's what you're supposed to do. I mean, that's what rogue is. I mean, that's like your biggest, your biggest advantage over other classes. Why would you not reset every time you start losing a fight? I don't know why you wouldn't. Fervid is insane. No, Fervid is disgusting. It's a huge damage spike on this kit because this is sword main. We use the dagger for openers, but the swords are primary. Yeah, there's no way we could take off Fervid. I'm sorry, Fervid. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I was thinking of Fervor. Fervor. Fervor is really good. Fervid is optional. Sorry, I misunderstood. So many affixes that have like similar sounding names. Can I play without TP? I mean, you can, but TP is better. I can't wait to die my first game and then everyone use that as an excuse to why Shadow Strix is weak. Can't wait. Alright, let's do it. I think my last rogue kit, I think it took me almost 2 weeks to lose my first legendary. It was something like that. That's why my KD skyrocketed so much, because I just wasn't dying. I know. God forbid we die to a WK. The chat will just use that as a, oh, I told you so. See? See? WKOP. Rogue weak. Yep. Already anticipating it. Would be classic, for sure. Classic, I tell you. Someone's up there, but I don't want to push that spot. Nathan, why would you tune out? What do you mean? We're watching some epic rogue gameplay. Well, I've never claimed that WK can't kill Shadow Strix. I've never once have claimed that. I still think Shadow Strix is the better, more consistent class. Doesn't mean you can't die to WK, but it takes some effort. Hey, it's a WK. Gosh, come here. Come on. Come kill me, WK. Come prove my chat right that WK is broken. It's almost dead too. He was so low, I just didn't quite. I think he's used 2 horns. Alright. First WK down. Yeah, very close. Very close indeed. That was a fluke. The WK gave his controller to his cat. That's insane. That's crazy. You're right. You're right. Yeah, notice how during that fight, even though he was low HP, I did not run in and commit. Yeah, even though he was low, with my stuff on cooldown / whatever, it would have put myself at risk even though I might have gotten the kill. As a rogue, I always make sure that when I do commit to a fight, I always have an escape ready to go. Because if I do make a big mistake, I don't want to get chain comboed by WK. So even if the fight lasts a little longer, that's usually how I do it.
barrier has been lifted. Go face the net.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they might have got mad that I tried to third party that. Actually, that could be my death. The mutual agreement to screw the rogue. I don't even blame him. I don't blame him at all. That's crazy that that landed. Oh, this is like an active 2v1 now. I might die here. Maybe we're okay, actually. We are a rogue, so I won't say we're dead yet. But yeah, we're actively being, Okay, we're good. What other class in the game could I have survived that on? No other class besides Rogue could have survived there. Yeah, I thought for a moment I might have died with two of them on me, but yeah, Rogue can get away from the 2v1s. Yeah, surely my WK could have survived that 2v1, right, guys? Right? Yeah. Surely my WK could have survived that. Well, they weren't blue. The Seer's in purples. The Merc is in blue. Oh my god, here comes the WK cope. Guys, please. Oh my god. There is no way we're still just calling WK broken better than Shadow Strix. There's no way you just watched that engagement and are still saying that. Please tell me this is troll. I really hope you guys are just trying to rage bait me. I really hope so. There's no way you guys are being serious. I've now killed a WK in my game and just escaped a impossible 2v1. But you have to be joking me. There is no shot you guys are gonna sit here and tell me that Shadow Strix is the weaker of the two classes. Shadow Strix can also 100 to 0 classes as well. Both classes can do that. Right click, dodge, jump is how you do this. Yeah, Sarah's actually playing pretty well. That guy knows what he's doing. You can tell.
Whatever. Just keep running around in circles, I guess.
I think he used one horn, I believe.
Blood of the fallen. Proof of the victor. Your journey home begins with this.
Yeah, the guy's playing pretty well. Yeah, I definitely don't want to take any credit away from him. He's playing, I would say, good. Getting my dodges back. Alright, that's his stun ability wasted as well. That's 2 abilities on cooldown. Oh, that's dang. That's his stun wasted again. Go one of these goes. He's playing really well. Like really, really well. He's not really giving me a lot of room for mistakes. Honestly, this is probably one of the better Seers I've fought. He's even, like, baiting out dodges, too. Wait for a super armor to go away. A smart play. Yeah, he really is playing well. That was a very smart play by him. Wow. I'm actually having a hard time killing this guy.
Tide is coming. It's time to go. Give me the proof of your deeds as a hero, and I shall take you home. Ready to leave? Give me what I need.
no place to linger. The Gilded Leaf is coming.
I'm trying pretty hard to kill this guy, but
Give me the proof of your deeds as a hero, and I shall take you home.
that gets rid of his stun.
Ready to leave?
Oh, and I actually might have messed
Be
up.
what I need.
I think I'm dead. Wow. I lived? That's disgusting. I cannot believe I just survived that. I should have died. He honestly outplayed me. Honestly, I cannot believe I'm alive. I should 100% be dead. Holy shit, good game. Oh my god. That was one of the sweatiest fights I think I've ever had on this game. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was so sweaty. My god. Good game.
Final warning. If you want to live, find an extraction point.
I was trying my ass off in that fight. I was trying so hard. Oh my god.
Blood of the fallen. Proof of the victor.
Trying to get an opening there
Your
was so
journey
tough.
home begins with this.
Oh my god. Whew. He played good. I don't know who that is, but he played very good. That's probably one of the longest Shadow Strix fights I've had, too. My fights usually do not go that long. That was insane. Oh my god, man. Okay. Alright. Dude, honestly, I think Tenacious saved me there. Yeah, my kid has Tenacious now for more health and healing. I think that definitely helped me out a lot during that fight. Dude, oh my god, it takes a pretty good fight for me to. That was crazy, man. That was a really hard fight. That's true. I should be using energy pots. Honestly, that's a pretty good point. I probably should be using them. Yeah, I can't really disagree with that statement. Well, that's the reason that I consider Shadow Strix the best class in the game, and that I disagree with other people's opinions. If you don't agree, it's because I am able to make so many mistakes in a fight and still get away and heal. That's a big part of it. Like, not only is my defense good, my attack is good, but if he makes any egregious mistakes, he cannot run from me. Whereas if I make a mistake, I can always get out and run. So you have to just play better than I do in order to beat me in a fight. Like, you can't. It's hard, man. It's really hard when you're fighting against a Shadow Strix that is playing in a, like, using like the utility that you have access to. It's so difficult. Like, yeah, so Wither Knight's all good and strong and whatnot, but to claim that, like, Shadow Strix is weaker than WK, I just think is crazy. I just don't see it. Well, that's what it comes down to, is even if you outplay a Shadow Strix, they have to misplay multiple times because they can always run away and heal. That's what it comes down to, yeah. We're using Battle Frenzy, Lightweight, Pursuit for free energy on Heavy Strike. Sensory Poison, Combat Euphoria, Stance Recovery, Spinning Slash, and Teleport Blessing. I think that game was a great showcase of what Shadow Strix can do. I don't really feel like playing Shadow Strix today. I just did it just to be like, there you go, there's Shadow Strix. I feel like that's enough. I really rather just go play what's fun to me. I don't really want to play Shadow Strix anymore. I feel like if you still don't agree with me, you'll never agree with me no matter how many games I play, so we'll just move on. I think I've proven my point. That's enough for me. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. It doesn't, at this point, it's on you at this point. I don't really feel like, I don't feel like playing a class that I don't feel like playing just for the sake of it. I know the Shadow Strix players were definitely praying I would make a mistake and die in that fight. They were clutching. I thought I was gonna. There were multiple times during that fight that I was for sure I was gonna die. I'm honestly shocked I didn't, because I feel like there were a few times where I made a lot of mistakes and I just barely got out of there. Honestly, yeah, you could argue that that Seer fight is a great example, because he basically beat me 4 or 5 times, or at least 3. And each time I was able to hard reset and completely take him out of the equation and then come back and stop him from running. Because every time I lost, I can run, and every time he lost, I can still chase because I'm a rogue. I don't really feel like playing Merc today, man. I've been playing a lot of Merc recently. I think we're good for now. Just kind of enjoying Wither Knight until the next balance patch comes through for me personally. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of Shadow Strix players make mistakes and die, is they get impatient. Because that Seer, if I got a little bit too greedy, I definitely could have gotten killed by him. But I played for my life and went for a kill by the end of the match rather than trying to end the fight as quick as possible. And that, I think, is why I won the fight. I mean, I got low, but never quite to the point where I was panicking. It was more about the dodges. Well, I realized at a certain spots where I was out of dodges, and I was like, well, shit, if he gets on me again, I'm probably dead. But, Rogue's teleportation is such a freebie, because if I get the teleport off, he cannot chase. It's too much. It's too fast. I do know about the animation cancel tech with Hammer. Yeah, I've heard. I've heard it's really quite strong. Probably shouldn't. I'm not sure if I quite want to like unleash that into the world as far as a video goes, because it's debatably it's like kind of exploity maybe. I don't know, but it's really good. Yeah, it's like one of the few ways that Hammer Merc is really good. It might be like good tier in solo if you do the cancel tech. Honestly, I think that takes Hammer Merc from B tier, where I think Hammer Merc is, probably all the way to at least A tier. Because that animation cancel basically resolves all the problems the class has. Because you don't have anywhere near as much downtime. Also, the rock throw animation cancel on top of it makes it even better too. If you animation cancel your basic M1 and then you also do the rock throw, the class, it's like a different class. B all the way to A? Well, it could be B plus, A minus, you know? I mean, there's minuses that could be added, you know? But I almost died. Do I think I live in purples? In purple rogue gear?
The voices of the souls lost
I
within
feel
the
like I
soul
would have lived in
cocoons,
purple.
crying
I think
out
so,
for
at
the
least.
path home.
I don't know if I ever got
Go
low
and
enough
live
to
with
have
them.
died there in purples. Because I think the difference in stats is about 15% total. So if you just subtracted 15% to my health pool, I don't think I ever got below 15%. I think I was always higher. Yes, I think so. Yeah, honestly, guys, I'm just not really a big rogue player. Like, I play rogue in this game because it's strong, but I don't. If you watch me in Dark and Darker, you'll know that I'm not big on rogue. It's not my favorite class to play. I like melee straight up classes like Mercenary and Wither Knight. This is what I enjoy doing. I only play rogue because of how egregious it is. If rogue was not as strong as it was now, I probably wouldn't play it at all. Hey Barrett, you turned your extraction from 35 to 57 with my content? I mean, a thank you's enough. I'm glad that I was able to help you out, man. That's true. Cleric was always fun to me in Dark and Darker. Yeah, I think that's part of why Range Shear is fun to me, because it kind of reminds me of Cleric in a way. But, the issue with it is Range Shear is really bad chase, so I kind of don't enjoy playing it as much. You ran triple Rev Seer trio. It was dumb how fast you could melt someone. 47, I've been saying it for a week now. Reverent Seer is gonna be is as big of a problem as the other classes. I've said I think Shadow Strix, Rev Seer, and Stardust Sorcerer are all S tier. I think all three of those classes are busted. Yeah, I mean this is you know, preaching to the choir here, man. I agree with you. I'm honestly glad how boring Rev Seer is, because if it was more popular, I would be so sad because I hate playing that class. I think I'd have to play Shadow Strix just because I would need to fight the Rev Seers. Yeah, I think a lot of people, it's funny, I see people that claim that Rev Seer is not that strong because it's not played a lot. But Rev Seer is in one of those weird spots where, yeah, not a lot of people play it, but when you fight a good Rev Seer, it is so hard to kill them. It is almost impossibly hard to fight them in a 1v1 setting if they know what they're doing. I mean, they're scary, man. The worst matchup they have is Shadow Strix because they can't really kill you. But it's hard, man. Yeah, there is a difference between popularity and something being OP. I do think there is something to be said about that. Yeah, just because something is popular does not necessarily make it OP, and vice versa. I base my general tier listing based on my own gameplay and other people's, like, you know, like the fights as well. Because I've played every class in this game at this point. Everything except for melee seer. I've played pretty extensively, at least for, you know, at least for 8 to 10 hours plus. Even BA, I've played for 10 plus hours. And I also did play melee seer back in the playtest, so I have some experience there, but just not current. But, yeah, man. I don't know. I don't argue or think that WK is not the most popular. Honestly, WK might be more popular than Rogue right now in some of my lobbies. But I still do not think it is stronger, regardless of popularity. I think WK is really strong. I think it's a very solid A tier class, maybe even A plus tier. But I just don't think it's better than Rogue. Yeah, what does Lich say on WK's power level? Usually Lich has the same opinion that I do on classes. It's pretty rare that we have a disagreement. Oh, I totally tried to dodge there, but I messed up. Lich thinks S tier? Really? Man, maybe we do disagree then. Yeah, usually me and Lich are on the same page, but I just don't think I can put with a knight on S tier.
This place is finally open.
Lich Eddie eats cat food. Well, that's true. Lich does eat cat food and probably has, you know, a little bit of problems there. So. That is true. Where'd the sorcerer go? Eats cat food for donations, it's different? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I feel like I got put into a lobby with new players. Well, at least he's clearly new.
Quit standing around and ring the charm.
Did that go through him? What the hell was that? Where's my right click going? Where's it going? Yeah, Yeah, those guys were both clearly new. I guess I got put into a lower gear lobby. No, yeah, both of these guys are probably brand new. Yeah, that's not really... I mean, he's in half grays, man. That's like, that's not even a remotely fair fight. Has nothing to do with the class, that's just, you know, new players. Hey, Gibbler. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good, man. Haven't played Sorkers here, really, but you've been having the most fun on Greatsword WK. Yeah, Suma, I think Greatsword is just really fun to play. That's kind of why I've been sticking to it so much. Honestly, it's kind of been more fun than Merc. Like, my Merc can kill WKs, but something about the Greatsword just feels more enjoyable. Yeah, technically, Chaos is not locked by greens. It's locked based on the value of your kit. You could technically run full gray and, like, maybe a purple or two, and that might... Actually, well, I'm not sure what the value of the purple is, but you don't need full green, technically. It's just value.
Guess you plan on that, huh? Good luck.
Oh, I thought he was gonna heal. Is this real? What the heck? Oh, you know what? He hit the back of my parry box. I was gonna say, didn't I parry that? Yeah, when he did the dash forward and I got the parry, I went to attack, and I think he hit the back of the bubble. That's probably what happened. Yeah, probably something like that. Caught me off guard for a minute, because I thought I was gonna for sure block it. I did not expect to get hit behind. Not in that spot, at least. Hey, from Bumbly, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hopefully good. I only have one egg, so I can't start the event yet. He's just running. Might have to go grab the other egg. Yeah, let's go do that really quick, because I do want to do the event, but I don't want to chase that rogue across the map. I'll force him to either come fight me at the event, or you know, he can just run, that's fine. I do not have a build code to give you for the kit that I'm playing. I have purple kits that I have on my most recent build videos in the description.
Where's the egg at? Oh, wait, is it on his... Does he have an egg on his body, or... Oh, he did have eggs. I totally missed them. I was wondering where the hell all the eggs were. I thought I grabbed them. I guess not. Yeah, I don't give legendary codes. Because the problem is, if I give them out, the gear becomes out of stock and I can't use the gear anymore. So the codes are useless for me and you. So... You gotta, there's not enough legendary gear for me to give codes out. You have to do it yourself. Yeah, the gear is not restocked, so I cannot express to you how often my gear becomes like completely unusable. It's a lot. Honestly, if it was guaranteed that at 7,000 gold they would restock, I would give you the kits, because I would gladly pay 7k for pieces of legendary. I wouldn't care. But it's the out of stock that like really hurts my builds, so I can't like play the game. Nothing I can do to stop that. This is what it is. I mean, that Blasphemer I fought was probably a top 1% Blasphemer. I'm gonna be real with you, he played really well. Most Blasphemers I fight do not play that well. They don't. That was the hardest fight I've had in a while.
The resonance is spreading.
That dude probably
Slumbering
mains
soul
only
war
Blasphemer,
has
the
caught
way he was
scent of
playing.
souls. Purification ritual may now officially begin.
I mean, that Blasphemer was like, he did everything there, man. He used the paralysis to waste my dodges. He used the wall. He was like wall canceling to get me to waste dodges as well. I mean, like he did everything, man. He really did everything. So I don't know who that is, but I don't know if it's a streamer or just another player, but your entire bank is one of my gold kits. Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, you don't have to play Legendary to compete at all against Legendary gear. Blue and purple can both kill Legendary. Just a little bit more effort. I don't know if that really makes you feel better or not, but... I very rarely ever run Legendaries. I usually run purples. Sometimes even blues. I feel like that's probably lobby. But I'd be really mad if that rogue was still here. And I saw the bell go off, though. I think that's lobby. I have time.
I'm not really at risk. I'll just go. Surely no one else is here with 3 minutes left. If they are, I'm about to come back and take that smuggler and leave. Yeah, legendaries are just rare, man. I just buy them with Golden Blood. No, it's true. No, straight up, legendaries are not worth it unless you have a lot of money. Because the value you get from them is really nothing compared to purples. And purples are not that expensive.
As a hero, and I shall take you home.
Like what, a full purple kit is maybe what? Depends on the, well, it depends on the kit, so I can't really give an exact number. Maybe like 6K, 5K? Something like that. No, it's probably more like 7. And then a blue is what, maybe 3? Green is what, 1,500 to 2K? Somewhere in that range. Can purple kits go for 12? Let me check my purple kit real quick and see what it sells for. I thought it was only 6 or 7. Okay. Let me check. Let's see. Yeah, my current value for my purple is a little bit under 8K total. Yeah, so about 7 to 8K. Yeah, and if you compare that to legendary kits, usually the legendary kits cost upwards of almost 20, so it's like more than double. And then a lot of times the gear will be out of stock, or it'll just be really expensive. Like if one legendary sells for 7K, that's the price of a full purple kit right there. You know, it's a big difference. Yeah, because purples are auto-stocked by the devs, it just kind of keeps the purple prices down a lot. I'm not even sure, what's the max price a purple can sell for? 2,500? Yeah, you'll never see a purple selling for that high. Honestly, if the purples weren't restocked, I think they would be selling for 2,500 a piece. And everyone would be running in blues. Because purples would be too expensive. Nah, maybe not. That can't be true, because legendaries are not 2,500. I don't know. I bet you they'd be at least double price. Maybe not that expensive, but a lot higher. I think there would be some purples selling for 2,500 though. Some of them. But they definitely would be a lot higher. The auto stock makes it so much easier to you know, just economy wise, because if they're being spawned, you know, people buy them, they bring them back, and then it kind of fills the economy with more purples, and that's not happening for legendaries. No, I tried Elemental Sorcerer, and it was not fun to play. I'm gonna pass on that. I tried. I realize I have more money than chat combined. I don't think that's true. I think some people have more money than you think they do. Yeah, Elemental Sword just isn't that strong at this point. It's kind of underwhelming. Hold up. You only get 1 Soul Cocoon per 5? That is crazy. How long is it going to take to grind that shit? Oh my god, a long time. Jesus. I didn't realize how freaking expensive this stuff was. Well, that's basically limited to top, like, 0.1% of players. That is insane. I don't know who the hell is affording that, but that's gonna be a lot of grinding. $300K is higher than the average player. Yeah, if you have 300K, for sure, you are probably in top percentile. I have not tried Windwalker Rune on Revs here yet. Someone earlier asked me that too. I'm not even exactly sure what it does, but I have not tried it. Yeah, BA is the hardest thing about BA is playing against other Shadow Strix. 100%. Yeah, it's like your hardest matchup, I think. Tree? I mean, I put stuff on the tree if it's there, but I don't care about it that much. It doesn't really do much for me. I've also never gotten anything but Guild and Blood from it, so... Even with this Holy here, I don't think I've ever seen a Holy. I think average player is 25k. You think so? It's possible. Yeah, keep in mind, this season has launched with solo players locked out of Brander Guard. So, it is something to keep in mind that second season will be very different from this one. NBK, the game isn't boring to me because I came into this game knowing it's a PvP game. The goal is PvP. I spent 4,000 hours in Dark and Darker PvPing people. This is just what I do, pretty much. Well, I'm hoping that both maps are open to solos because trios get to choose the map, so I don't see why solos shouldn't be able to as well. It seems like it'd be kind of messed up for solos to be locked out of maps when trios get to choose whatever they want. For Honor, I played it a little bit when it first released. That was a long time ago, though. I would like to see duos. I think that would be fun. I believe everything except for the shrine at camp is getting wiped, but I'm not 100% on that. The shrine where you put stuff on the camp and kind of show off your holy stuff. I believe that's the only thing not getting wiped, but don't hold me to that. Would I switch for duos? I mean, I would still play solos. If duos existed, I would play it, though. Yeah, I would like duos. I don't expect that to happen until minimum Season 3, though, so I wouldn't, you know, be looking forward to it too much. I mean, we don't even have solo Brander Guard yet, so to think we're going to get duos anytime soon is pretty unlikely. The solos is going to come first. Devs have already confirmed that. I would do it with Lich if you wanted the duo. That would be fun. Honestly, duoing with Lich would be very entertaining, I think. I would enjoy that. I think duoing in general I would enjoy. It doesn't even have to be Lich, it could be anybody. Just duos period is just more fun. I just don't like trios that much. Never have. What's that saying? 2's a company, 3's a crowd? Something like that. I did not play Hunt Showdown, no. I tried it for like an hour and I refunded it. I didn't like it. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that people like watching Trio. I've tried to watch the gameplay and it feels just very chaotic and not really that fun. Well, Dark and Darker didn't add duos till very far down the road. I think some people forget that Dad did not launch with duo play. It was only solo and trio. It actually, Dad started as trio only and added solos during a playtest. I think people do definitely forget about that.
That was a pretty good fight. GG. Get some legendaries too. And he also killed a seer, it looks like. I'm gonna be real with you. I think the whole early access launch stuff is a bunch of shenanigans. I think it's completely irrelevant. I don't give a shit if a game launches in early access or if it launches full. I view them as the same exact product. I think early access has been overused way too much nowadays. I almost respect Mistfall more for releasing it as is and not hiding behind early access title for years like some of these other companies have done. I actually don't mind it. I don't think it matters. I think companies have been abusing that stuff for way too long. I think it's actually gotten a little bit silly. It used to mean something, but it doesn't anymore. At least not to me. Yeah, so we're not running the CDR skill, but we're running Seamless, which is going very well for me. I think this is one of the best build that I've made so far for WK. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't really get the appeal, I guess, of looking at a game as early access and treating it as such, with so many companies keeping perpetual early access. What seems like forever, pretty much. I mean, yeah, what? Star Citizen was in beta for 14 years. That has been in early access for how long now? Many, many years. Back to Thorn Guide, mostly just because of rogue players. But I think Breakthrough is probably the one that I have more fun with, but yeah, I'm using Thorn Guide for now. Yeah, but Star Citizen's not the only game that hides behind early access. Wasn't Tarkov EA for almost 10 years? I mean, don't you think it's a little bit silly for a game company to have their game in early access title for many, many years? I mean, isn't that just, I don't know, doesn't that take a little bit away from the title? I feel like it takes away from real early access games, and these companies basically just abused it to the point where people just don't care about it anymore. At least I don't. Because I used to have the same argument. Oh, it's an early access game. You know, I used to like feel bad for them, or you not feel bad, but like excuse mistakes. But it's not the same. Oh, if that hit, that would have been crazy. I'm waiting for his red sword to go away, by the way. Oh, my parry got
Hurry up
canceled.
and ring it. Get your junk over here.
This is why Ethereal's so good, by the way. With Ethereal, you can literally just jump off and reset. Isn't that so cheesy? Ethereal is kind of BIS on legendary kits, honestly. Kind of BIS. Yep, Ethereal, no fall damage. Isn't that nice? It's an affix. Yep. It's a very cheesy affix that lets you basically nullify fall damage and reset fights like that. And if he chased me, he probably dies. Because if he chases, he takes a bunch of fall damage. I kind of want to grab him up here for fun. Can I do it?
Have you seen that video that I posted where I Spider-Man grabbed somebody and launched them up top and then they fell and took a bunch of damage? That shit was so funny. It was so funny. Oh, oops, he fell. I'm surprised he's even willing to fight me here after I jumped off the edge that first time around. You don't have ethereal. You can't do that. You don't have the ethereal affix. You can't jump off of there. It doesn't work. What a play. What a play. That's kind of funny. Poor guy. He didn't know. Holy gear, man. Yeah, whenever you ask me why I have so much money, this game is a good example of why I have it. Oh. $800 max. And max of money. 750. Okay. There you go. There you go. One of these are worth 600, right? Oh, that one's 600. Yeah, this is how I have so much money. PvP, mostly. And my farming route as well. I mean, it's a little bit of both, but PvP is a big part of it. Safe pockets? Oh, I am forgetting safe pockets. Yes, more min-maxing, of course. Of course. You're so smart. So smart.
How much is enough? You might end up losing everything.
Okay. The thing is, you can't tell a new player to just PvP and make money because new players are learning, so that's not really feasible. That's why I made that new player guide, to make money without PvP. Because clearly PvP is not going to be a good answer to how you can be good at the game. Because it takes practice, right? Oh my, there was a guy right behind us. Oh, well. Mojo, I have multiple Wither Knight videos of the builds that I've been playing. Here, I will give you... I think this video is good for build. I would recommend this one. It doesn't use Thorn Grab, but everything else is exactly the same. Honestly, Wither Knight is such a good class. You can use whatever the hell skills you want. Like, if you don't want to use, if you want to use Thorn Grab, just, like, you can easily just take off a talent and then just throw it on. It's super easy. Honestly, Wither Knight Greatsword is one of the most well-rounded classes where everything feels viable. You can play any skill combination, and I think it feels okay. Out of all extractions, do I think this is the least new player friendly? I feel like Dark and Darker is less new player friendly than this game is. This game has a lot of systems to try to help new players, even though it might still not be like 100%. But at least I feel like it's more. Do you think the game has a higher skill ceiling despite being easier for new players? I do think the skill ceiling in this game is pretty high, yeah. Probably higher than Dark and Darkers, I could see that. Hey, thank you, Valdor. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I use websites to build my kits as well. Probably the best way to do it. There's a few websites out there. If you just go to Google and just type in Mistfall Hunter Gear Builder, you'll see like 4 options pop up. There's a bunch of them. Do I know when next season will be released? Unfortunately, we do not. They did say 3 to 4 months after launch, so somewhere in that range. Martin, there's a lot of people that like watching high gear. I also almost never play Legendary. So. Well, Palador, I'm glad you like the content, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, at this point, I've already done enough beginner guides for every class. I don't really feel the obligation to play lower gear anymore. I mean, there's not really a reason for me to. Most of the people I fight are purples or legendaries, so might as well. I mean, pretty much every game we're leaving with full purples. Not really any reason to run at a disadvantage for no reason. Yeah, this is the legendary gear, yeah. Oh, I have enough coins to buy one of these skins. Only visible to you. Right, because other people can't even see these skins, right? And that's the that's the expensive skin. Can't afford that one. Mistfall is the one worth buying. Which one's the Mistfall one? Oh, this one? Yeah, this one probably does look the best out of all the others. That one looks honestly kind of bad. It's the deluxe one too. That one's okay. I don't really like the mask on that one. I don't like the mask on that one either. And that one's basically just a reskin. That one's also a reskin. Yeah, that one probably looks the best. Ravenbound with no helmet? Oh, right, you could do... I forgot you could take off the helmet. That's true. True. This skin. I mean, there's a lot going on for this skin, I think. You know? Maybe no helmet. Yeah, that could be a good one to buy.
Hi, Bankball. I'm glad you like the content, man. I appreciate you. What do you mean, uh-huh? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Rix. Sorry, I don't completely comprehend. You know, all those coins I got were free too.
Imprisons a soul that should have returned home.
Nice.
Purify
Just the water on
them.
my shirt.
And
Yeah,
mend
all the
it.
skins, all the coins I got were free. I didn't buy any of them. You got your first Holy Dual Blade? Shadow, you should use them now before the class gets nerfed. Use it now while the class is strongest. Might as well, right? Skin looks good? It does look good for sure, for sure. Oh. Bro, walk this way, I guess. Just gonna wait for his invis to go away. I don't feel like going with it. The fire sword? I'm pretty sure the skin cosmetics are different currency. I don't think I can buy those. Yeah, I don't know where the rogue went. I wasn't gonna push him after he stealthed though. Did that guy really just heal in my face? Like that? What in the world? Why would he do that? Hold up, my moobot's going crazy. Alright, anyway. That was an interesting play. He could have just, you know, ran away and then healed. But I guess healing 2 inches from my face also worked. I guess. Right. So I think you should play purple or blue if you're decent. Yeah. Blue or purple, whatever you can afford, man. There's no point in having gear fear. Everything resets at the end of the season anyway. So just use your stuff. Why not? I mean, seriously, I mean, there's no reason not to run your gear. It's gonna reset in 2 months anyway. Like, it's just gonna flutter, you know, it's just gonna collect dust. Also, the developers have said previously that as the season goes, they would make gear more likely to find to kind of, like, catch up for other players. At least I remember seeing a comment on that on Discord. So if they still do that, the gear will be more likely to be found later anyway, so you might as well just use it. I think legendary gear as the season goes might become more common. I think that's their plan.
Apparently, the Shadow Strix Bunny Hop is getting nerfed in next patch. I hope it does. I am patiently kind of waiting for that to get changed. Yeah, I already played my obligatory one Shadow Strix game of the day, so we're probably good for now. Where are all the eggs at?
The barrier has been lifted.
Shouldn't they be on the map? Since I have the eggs myself. Maybe they already started the event. Wait, you know what? I think that means someone activated the event already. Let's head over there. How do I mean they reset after a season? Yes, gear and gold and stuff is reset after each season. Only select things will carry over. However, they did say that based on your money that you have access to, there will be certain rewards that you get for the start of the next season. So the money's not going to be for nothing, but there is going to be a major reset. Yeah, that's typical for all extraction games. Yeah, we got a long way to go. We got to get over there. Usually people don't start it this early. Honestly, kind of smart of him to start it this early because I'm so far away. Yep, no problem. Glad to share the info with you.
Ring the chime. Don't keep our Whirlingfrin waiting.
Oh, that sucks. He really did not want me to get that event currency. I was trying so hard to nab it, just in case the fight went long.
The Full of destiny,
I was trying so hard.
Do not let these souls lose their way
Okay.
again.
Yeah, this little room was super good for me. My Radiant Retribution, just, it's so strong. 100%. Yeah, so I've updated the build a bit. At first, I did the cooldown with just the talent and then seamless. Now I just run max seamless instead. So I get the cooldown reduction there. It makes a huge difference in these fights. It really does. I'm able to utilize my talents way more often than usual. Really quite good.
The lamentations within the soul cocoons are subsiding. Hold this ground through these final moments.
I don't know what you mean by proper CDR build. Oh, the third ability is just better, man. I already tried with talent. It's not worth it. It's not
These
worth
souls
playing.
are finally able
3
to
skills is
return
just
home.
better.
Your choice
Trust me,
has
I
been
already
etched into
tried.
destiny.
There is no reason not to run 3 skills. The only thing I can tell you is just to turn your crossplay off if you feel like you can't do it for some reason. Because I can't recommend a normal... I cannot recommend the talent for cooldown reduction, not seeing how strong 3 skill is. It's just better. Am I running legendary? Because people kept asking me to run legendary gear, so decided to finally do it. I get asked more often to run legendary than I do lower gear, believe it or not. It's very often people ask me, why are you running only purples? You have so much money. I want to see legendary runs, so here we go. Here we are, finally running the top end gear for once. Do I run smiting? Yes. Yep, so smiting and seamless both give me cooldown reduction, so my skills come back much quicker than they usually would. You don't even need the talent for cooldown reduction with this build. It works fine without it.
Time to go.
I played over 200 hours for this season. I played a lot of time. Played a lot.
I don't use combat bags because I like to use my own affixes. I don't think I've used them since maybe the first day or two of the game's release. Is this cooldown build viable with the one I put out today? Yeah, so if you want to use my current builds from my videos, but you want to run cooldown reduction, I'll give you the code. This is the one that I'm going to recommend on video. Because, again, legendary gear goes out of stock, so it's not really... I can't, like, share it without it just griefing me and you, because you won't be able to use it anyway. So this is the build that I made for purples, which does work very well. If you want to copy it early, before tomorrow. Because this is really the big change in the build, is running max seamless. Everything else is basically whatever you want to use. The talents and skills are the same. So if you want to copy it, go for it. I mean, streaming is what I hope to do for the long term for work. So I hope that ends up working out. I'll be back in a moment. Presto, drops can be activated from this website. Just go there, link your account, and that should get you ready for drops. I think you have to collect them by tomorrow. I think they're going to be over pretty soon. That's what I do as well, yeah. I always sell my legendaries last, late at night, because they take the longest to sell. So usually before I go to bed, I just kind of put all my legendaries on the market, and then, you know, kind of go from there. Yeah, the reality is that purples and blues and stuff just sell way quicker than legendaries. You know, it just takes forever sometimes. I will put some up every once in a while if I have an extra, like maybe if I have 1 or 2 extra auction spaces, I'll throw 1 or 2 up there and hope that it sells. But I really just don't expect it to, and I don't want it to waste auction slots for my normal gear. Is that what it is, Wimster? 27 hours? Okay, that's good to know. Is there any jobs that it would make me as happy as streaming? Probably not. I have to imagine this is probably the job that I would like to do the most. If it was up to me. I mean, I'll do streaming and video creation and all that for as long as I can make it as a full-time job. That's really all I can do. You're watching my YouTube? Probably. I make videos almost daily on Mistfall, so probably was my content, I imagine. EU players think that they're better, and then NA players think they're better. I think that pretty much resolves that conflict.
I don't think we have a patch date, as far as I'm aware of, at least. Does anybody know if there is a date coming for the next patch? I don't think the devs have given us any info. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be within the next few days, but that's kind of a very blanket statement. Does anyone remember when the patch came out last week? Was it Wednesday? I think. Maybe. I think Shadow Strix is still the strongest class. We kind of went over a whole argument thing earlier where I put on my own Shadow Strix and pretty much put my money where my mouth is. I think Shadow Strix is the strongest class in the game still. As common as Wither Knight are in games, I still think Shadow is a overall better class. At least until another update comes and changes the balance. Is it Wednesday patches? Okay, so we should get a patch in 2 days that hopefully resolves some of our issues. Hopefully. Yeah, it would be nice if they maintained a relatively consistent patch schedule. If they could do it just every week or every other week on, you know, this time and this day. So that would be kind of nice just for consistency. You think loot you find is linked to your class? Are you sure that's not just a rumor? Is that confirmed? I have a lot of people here. That rogue doesn't know I'm here. Wait, there's another person behind me too. Okay, there's a lot of people. Okay, there's that rogue, BA. I definitely heard someone behind me too, I think. How are we gonna do this? Rogue will probably run. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Oh, whoa, the lag, please. Sorcerer needs to be nerfed for trios. Yeah, trio Sorc is definitely game ruining, from what I've heard. Kind of part of why I don't play trios. Kind of hard to justify it with the nonsense going on there. Yeah, I can't really do much fighting there with the rogue and the BA kind of sitting so close. We don't have a patch date yet. It's maybe Wednesday based on previous patch info, but we don't have a guarantee or anything.
That's true. Class stacking does make it a lot worse. I don't disagree with that. Oh. Oh, that's 8,000 gold. 9,000 gold. Okay. Yeah, no, the game clearly just is not made balancing-wise for multiple classes in the same team. Did you see that? Oh my god. Did you see that? Wait, is he that barrel in the corner? Wait, what barrel is he? It was him.
This is finally open. If you want to make your fortune.
Bro, that actually was him. He was the barrel. It actually did catch me off guard. That's so funny. I almost attacked the barrel instantly, but I kind of second guessed it. I thought it might have been these barrels. Bank, I have a bunch of Wither Knight videos already on my channel with full like talent guides. There are no builds that I can really make at this point that I haven't already made. The only difference between this build and the other builds is just that I'm running Seamless instead for the gear, instead of my usual stats. Yeah, so if you've watched any of my Wither Knight guides, it's the same talents. Still the same. Duo wouldn't solve any problems, but it would be nice to have. I mean, that we still have the same problems of like Stardust Sorcerer being too strong. That doesn't fix it, but it would be nice to have duo play. I mean, I'm just having fun on Wither Knight, man. I enjoy this class.
Hurry up and ring it. Take your junk out of here.
I would play duos before I play trios, yeah. Because duos is fun, trios is not. I have no idea how people even like playing trios in games like this. Doesn't really make sense to me. I have Ethereal, so even if he's trying to cheese, that won't work. I guess he's not. We're good. I mean, I think this game should have launched with solo, duo, trio on every map and just been done with it. I mean, that would have been the ideal way, anyway. Isn't that the Wither Knight that ran away from me earlier? No, that's a different Wither Knight. He's in purples. But duos is team play. It's just not as hectic team play. Well, again, I can go up there because I have Ethereal. I don't have to be scared of this. If I didn't, I'd have to wait for him to come down. That was a weird fight. Yeah, Ethereal feels like a very nice niche for legendary gear. Because you have a lot of different affixes you can already run anyway, so why not run Ethereal, you know? I mean, it just makes your life just slightly easier with, you know, certain encounters. And again, you can use it near cliffs to basically give yourself a free escape / heal, which is nice too. There's a lot of advantages to Ethereal, even though it doesn't give you raw stats. I could be wrong on this, but I think if you put duo and trio side by side and you had a poll on Discord and you said if you had to choose between duos or trios, which one would you prefer? I think duos would win. I truly think duos would be the more popular game mode over trios. It's very hard for me to imagine that not being the case. I mean, I don't think that's true. People definitely know if they like duos or trios. I don't see how they wouldn't know what they want. That's like me. That's like you saying that I don't know that I want solos. Because if you were to put solos versus trios, I would vote solos in a heartbeat. I don't care about trios. You know? That's true. Dark and Darker did do polls, and we did get information released that trio was the least popular mode. And it was the one they started with, too. So if you go by Dark and Darker numbers, I mean, it's already pretty much been confirmed anyway. Different game and all that, Jess. Do I have high hopes for Dungeon Betwixt? Not really, man. I'm gonna be real with you, not really, but like if it's good, then that's great, I guess. We'll see. But yeah, pretty low hopes. Well, I feel like a poll in chat is not really reflective of the full game experience. I feel we don't have enough of a population size for a real poll here. I mean, we have what? My Twitch is not loading. We have 350 in Twitch, and then probably another almost 200 in YouTube. So we have like 500 people here. That's like nowhere near enough for a real sample size. Like, even if duos did win, it just wouldn't be enough of, like, the matter. You need more players total to be voting for something like that. That's why I said in Discord would be nice. Yeah, I'm running... So, yeah, this is a cooldown reduction build, so we're running Seamless for this build to get all of our stuff back faster, which is working out very well. I really like this. And then Aegis, Tenacious, Ethereal for fall damage, Stoic, Valor, Smiting, and Elusive. Yeah, this seems like a really solid build. I'm liking it a lot. Yeah, if anything, this chat's going to be swayed towards solo players since I play solo. You're not going to see as many people that wouldn't maybe normally play trio. See, if there was a streamer that was playing trios, you'd be more likely to find trio players there, because they probably, you know, if you play solo or play trio, you probably are more likely to watch that gameplay. At least that's how I look at it. So our cooldown reduction is 15% on top of smiting cooldown, which is an additional 1 second per critical hit or wither execution. So we get a few seconds off of every skill on average during our fights, which makes a big difference when you're in like a very tight-knit fight where, you know, 2 seconds on a skill can make a difference. Not even sure if Shinya plays this game anymore. I haven't seen them around. After Repairing Mark got nerfed, I don't know if I've seen them play, unless I'm just haven't seen them.
The disordered souls are spreading. Do not let them remain lost for too long, Guild.
Oh, he was on today? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if Shenya was still playing or not. Maybe I just haven't seen him in game. Maybe we're just on at different times. Yes, Wither Execution proc smiting, yeah. No, I'm not getting GTA 6. I don't play consoles. What class is that over there? Rogue? Do you guys remember that Shadows of Chroma Tower game? Some of you that might have been around years ago. It's probably been over a year or two. It's like that super like colorful game that almost like hurts your eyes when you look at it. You'll know what I'm talking about if you see me play it. Yeah, I saw they're doing another playtest soon, but I'm not sure if I can stream it with the way their color scheme looks. It's like really hard to look at. I've gotten some people ask me about it in the past, maybe like week or so, but yeah, I don't know if they ever fixed their color scheme or not. I think their game would honestly be not too bad if they changed the graphic overlay of how it looks. What was that, man? The Rainbow Piercer is crazy. Oh. Legendary. Oh god, we gotta actually pay attention. Alright. What are we doing here? Breakthrough. Man, honestly, I think the breakthrough might be better against me. Yeah, honestly, like, if you compare the grapple he's using to the breakthrough... No, he got the re-parry. I'm dead. Easy. No, yeah, I think Breakthrough is required for 1v1 Wither Knight. Breakthrough's so much better than Grapple there. Oh, I gotta change the build. I have to change the build. The Breakthrough is just better. Damn. Yeah, I gotta change the Grapple out. I need it. I can't fight other Wither Knights without it. It's just so much freaking better. I almost came back from that too. Yeah, I'm really sad I didn't have Breakthrough 1. If I did, I think I won that fight. Fuck, my gear is... Damn it. My gear is ruined. Oh, this is why I don't play legendaries. Oh my god, I can't even... My gear is unplayable. Oh, man. I freaking hate legendaries in this game. Damn it. What do we do? I mean, I don't know. I guess our gear is just unusable. Yep, GG's. Gear is unplayable now. I can try to fix the stats, but it's not a guarantee. Man, that sucks. See if I can fix this. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, I don't know. I would need Tenacious and Ethereal on my legs for it to work. You know, I even thought about running Breakthrough specifically because of other Wither Knights as well. I wish I just did what I was thinking was better. Yeah, I already thought about that before. Breakthrough's just so strong. It's hard not to use it. Okay, I think I might have fixed the build. Yeah, this is why I don't share my kits, by the way. Because dealing with, you need one seamless. Yeah, dealing with this, if I share the kits, would be even worse. Hold up. I need Ethereal and seamless to work. Is that combo even possible? It is. Okay, I think I'm okay. Yeah, I think I win that fight if I have Breakthrough. That's really unfortunate. Grapple just doesn't do anything there. Breakthrough's just so much stronger. Oh, man. Oh, well. Oh, well. Live and you learn, I guess. Alright. It's remade. Guess we'll just save it. I don't respect Enzo after the 2v1 that he did against me, like, last week. So, there's no GG to be had there. I'm not going to respect any player that chases me down with a teammate for 5 minutes in solos. Sorry. Alrighty. Breakthrough it is. Let's go ahead and swap that out. Wonder if I need the super armor for breakthrough. I think for the Wither Knight 1v1, you kinda do need it. No, I don't know. Do you need the break? Do you need the do you need super armor or do you need the cataclysm? I don't know which one's better. Breakthrough is safety. Cataclysm is repair gear. Oh, it doesn't matter. The game tells you if your gear is broken when you try to queue up. I would see it anyway. I don't know if I should run with, I don't know which one to go for. Wither Execution is really good for damage. The super armor is more of a safety to guarantee the hits. I think we run super armor for the safety. Yeah, we do have to repair this gear. Yeah. All right, well, back to the original build that I posted yesterday, I suppose. I think my scale was wrong. Yeah, gotta change it. So I had to change the gear a little bit. Crazy thing is, I actually almost came back from that. I was like I almost managed to recover. Very close. 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7. Okay, we're good. You don't really need the super armor? Well, that's not true. There's plenty of spots where super armor is useful after the breakthrough charge. What if your breakthrough charge misses, and then they start swinging, and then you now don't have super armor, now you get hit, so now you don't get the damage in. There's plenty of reasons why you would want it. You can't guarantee that the first hit's even gonna land. So having the second hit with super armor is really nice. And it also waste dodges regardless. Girls, I'm not really sure without rewatching the fight, but I definitely either dodged it or I mean, I obviously did something to it. I don't know what you did, but I definitely negated it with something. I was really enjoying having the grapple too, but it's funny, I even said 2 days ago that I think breakthrough is like kind of required on Wither Knight in comparison to grapple, and everyone kept telling me that grapple was just better. But in that Wither Knight 1v1, like not having breakthrough when they do just feels really bad. It feels like they're just at an advantage the entire fight. It's so hard to dodge breakthrough too, because the hitbox extends past where it's supposed to. So it's almost a guaranteed hit on that breakthrough as well. Really hard not to use it. I think in a straight 1v1 fight where the other player isn't running away, aka it's not a rogue, I feel like the breakthrough is just stronger because it wastes 2 dodges instead of 1. Honestly, the dodge count alone, I think, makes the skill stronger. Think about it this way, too. If you were to not have super armor and you get hit during your breakthrough, A lot of damage. You know, maybe I should run the, that affix talent that gives me damage reduction. Yeah, look how good Breakthrough is. Look how good it is against this guy. If I have Grapple, I do not do anywhere near as good. I'm telling you, I think Breakthrough is just better. Straight up. Like, that fight is not even remotely the same fight if I don't have Breakthrough. It's just different. Like, I'm telling you right now, I can't recommend Grapple. I just think it's worse. But you don't need to pull them away. You don't need to pull them towards you with Grapple because the distance you get with Breakthrough is insane. You're going like 3 dodge distance with the Breakthrough alone. And with the build having Seamless, I get to constantly have the cooldowns back as well. I feel like I don't know, I think this is just a really good setup. Yeah. So the build that I made yesterday, that combo I think is still the best way to play this class. But I've just added Seamless to the build to be more cooldown, you know, have my stuff back faster. Made a difference too. Did you see during that fight there were a few key moments where I was about 1 second away from my skill being usable, and that was what caused me to kill him before he healed? I'm telling you straight up, this Seamless is putting in work. It's like, it's winning me fights. It's a huge difference. That damn ball. See a ranger over there looting someone. I don't want to aggro the ball and then get screwed. The cooldown hybrid, I don't like it. I tried it. I think this build is better. I 100% think having 3 skills is just better than 2. You already have plenty of skill cooldown reduction with Seamless. I don't think you need both. The Breakthrough into Radiance combo is just too strong not to have it. Yeah, honestly, after playing with Grapple for so long, I'm really glad I swapped back to the Breakthrough. If you use the guide command,
Finally open.
it'll give you a link to my playlist, and the very top video is the one it should link you to is the with the night video that I made. It has the exact build that I'm running. The only difference is that the build doesn't have Seamless. All the talents and stuff are the same. My defense? I'd have to check. Let me kill this ball first. Because it's always a pain in the ass to kill these slugs. Our defense is 456. I am excited for Branderguard, yeah. It'll be nice to have some map variety. This is a PvP game, not a PvE game. I mean, it's technically both. It's PvPvE, but mostly PvP. The big part of it. Look at Twitch emotes for my channel. What do you mean by that? Do you mean use my emotes for your channel? I'm not sure what you mean. Switch off for Seamless? I'd have to show you the purple build. Oh, well, you know what? I took out Vitality.
Pretty sure that's what I swapped out.
Bring time.
Basically, we're relying on Smite to give us enough energy to not have to use Vitality for the build. Oh, I can check later, Lucarito. I'll check Discord after stream. Wasn't there a guy here? Did he run away? Probably a rogue that just ran across the map. We could just bell. We have a full legendary kit in our inventory. That's fine. I don't really feel like chasing a rogue across the map, to be honest. If he comes back, I'll fight him though. That's fine, we can just reset. Honestly, I didn't think he'd run away like that, but that's fine. Yeah, I'll show you the kit that we're using for purple, because I think that's probably the you know, the best example gear I can give. Although honestly, my legendary gear keeps going out of stock anyway, so I guess it barely matters. I guess I'll just share the legendary gear when I make a video. I had to change the, I think it's just from stream. I think people are looking at the legendary gear when it pops up and they're just copying it, and that's why the gear is going out of stock. Unfortunately, I believe that is what's happening, because I didn't have this problem off stream yesterday when I was building kits. So, it is what it is. I guess it's unavoidable from streaming. At least I'm assuming. Either that or I'm just unlucky and the gear is just getting bought out. It's one or the other. Take your pick. Yeah, so this is the purple build that I recommend, personally. Run 7 Seamless, 5 Aegis, 5 Stoic, 5 Valor, 4 or 5 Smiting, and then max Dodge. Arguably, you could take the max Dodge and make it go to 4, and then add a different stat. Depends on what you want to do. Because for my legendary gear, I only grab 4 elusive, not 5, but that's just because I'm so spread thin on stats. Yeah, I can give you the code for the purple gear. But I'm not going to share the legendary one. If you want to do legendary, you'll have to build your own kit. Robot is acting up. Can't type for some reason. Did Moobot just crash? I think Moobot might have just stopped working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's the gear that I'm running. Sorry, my Moobot crashed for a minute, so I think the messages might have not been showing up. Yeah, I think we're okay now. Is Aegis overkill? I don't know how the math works. It doesn't seem like anybody really knows the exact numbers on it. I just run it because... Natty, I mean, besides PvP, the only way to really make money is by doing some kind of, like, rogue farming route. I did make a video on it the other day. I don't know if you saw that or not. It's like a full match walkthrough of how I make money outside of, you know, just fighting other players, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Aegis is not worth it for this build. I'm not really aware of the exact math, though. I mean, maybe. I mean, you do get 2.5% physical resistance, which I assume is a flat percentage, so I think it's not useless, but I don't know, you know, the technicality on it. I guess if it is, you could always just swap it out with something else. With Rev Seers? Rev Seers are just hard to fight. Always. And BAs just don't fight them in the open. I don't think I've fought any BAs today. I've seen a few, but haven't really engaged with them. Range Shears as well, they're pretty rare. I did kill one earlier, but I got him in a really good spot. You didn't realize people were reluctant to share legendary gear sets? I mean, yeah, because if I share the code, then the legendary gear becomes out of stock and it's not usable anyway. The amount of people who care enough to rebuild their own kit and copy the gear is going to be less often, so you'll actually be able to use the gear yourself. Yeah, I'm not going to share legendary gear just for it to go out of stock. That's stupid. Why would I do that? I'm not going to rebuild my full kit every time I want to do it, just because you don't want to take the time to make your own kit. I can share purples because the gear restocks. I mean, quite honestly, if you're at the point where you're able to build legendary gear sets, you should just be able to do it yourself. Because you're at that point, you're already in the top 1% of players. But everybody can use purples, and those always get shared around. Mazrak, use the guide command. I'm using the same talents as the last video that I just posted on my channel. Yeah, I like the Guildforge website. There's some other websites too people use, but I like that one. Seems like it works pretty well. Well, Breakthrough is finicky even on low ping. Breakthrough just has issues regardless. Doesn't really matter if it's good or not. But it just so happens that Breakthrough just seems to be better than the other options, so we're back to using it. Yeah, the hitbox of Breakthrough is just weird. The ping isn't gonna really change it as much as just the base hitbox is. It's just finicky, really. BA's getting a javelin, but I'm not really sure how it's gonna work yet. Alright, hammer merc down. Full legendary too. Yeah, if I was polearm and shield, I would be dead against him. I wouldn't be able to fight him. It's fair to say if someone's in full legendary, they're probably not new to playing hammer merc. You're not, I mean, new players aren't really running around in
This place
legendaries.
is finally open. If you want to
Probably.
make your fortune,
Yeah, he did just kind of spam moves though, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hard to say. Ewu doesn't have a second weapon. Oh, just add whatever weapon you want to it. It doesn't matter. The stats are irrelevant. Just add any polearm. I thought it had one. I guess I forgot. Not a huge deal though. Just add whatever. Bye, bear. See if he gems. I mean, he has meta stats. Stoic, Valor, Strife, Resilience. Fervor is maybe a little questionable for Hammer, but he's got the meta stats for the most part. So, yeah, he clearly knows how to build kits too. Yeah, every single stat he has except for Fervor is questionable. Or is good, I mean.
Difficult tasks always yield rich reward.
I guess Fervor for spin, I guess that was his idea, his thought process. It is a little bit weird though. Yeah, Fervor is not.
hurry up and ring it. Take your shot.
Alright, well. Goodbye, Rogue.
Ready to leave? Give me what I need.
Fine, I'll find you something easier next time.
E parry first is a WK, gets another WK, pretty much auto loses. Trying to learn your WK more, what am I explaining? You want them to use their parry first, because if you get caught trying to do the first parry, they insta parry your ability immediately after, and then you get comboed to death. You just want to always be the one to parry second in a fight. Yeah, our raw money hasn't gone up much, but our stash value has. It's mostly the legendaries that are sitting here. We've I think we've made almost 100k today. We also have that full legendary set on the seer that isn't counted in this total too. We've made quite a bit, I would assume. Especially when these legendaries start to sell. Fair, Elemental Sorcerer is so not worth playing. I gave up after an hour. It's so much less fun than it was. Before the updates, I'm just chilling on that one. I couldn't do it. It just wasn't, I was not having fun playing it. Win or loss, it wasn't fun. Yeah, I think after all of today's, like, we tried a few different builds today. We can kind of talk a little bit about what we've done since some of you've asked. So we tried 3 different builds. So number 1 build, we tried Endless Flow for a skill cooldown reduction, and then we used parry plus the RR, the Retribution. That did not feel good enough because against Wither Knights with 3 skills, it felt like you were at a major disadvantage. Even with the cooldown reduction speed, it still felt like having the 3rd skill was generally stronger. So I then swapped Endless Flow for Greatsword specialization, but I used Grapple instead of Breakthrough. However, in 1v1 Wither Knight fights, Thorn Guy just isn't as good as Breakthrough Charge. So I think this is the build I'm leaning towards now as what I would consider to be the best Wither Knight build. Parry, Radiant, Breakthrough, specialization for 3 skills, and then I run the Intervene shield. Bad Karma, Crime, Tactical Prep, Unstoppable for parry, Long Range, Whiplash, and Dominance. And then as far as the gear goes, we basically just decided to swap the Seamless rather than running Vitality. So the old build, where's the old? Was this the old build? I think this was it. The old build was Aegis, Stoic, Smiting, Vitality, Resilience, Valor, Elusive. So I've dropped the Vitality and I dropped the Resilience, even though I think it's really strong. And we've opted for this new build now, which basically sacrifices Resilience and Vitality and goes for cooldown reduction for more benefit during a fight. I think this is working very well. I played the purple earlier, and then ever since we've started playing Legendary. Only difference between Legendary and purple is just Ethereal and Tenacious. So we just have more health, and we can take fall damage. Everything else is the same, just slightly more stats. Yeah, that's kind of the overview of what we're doing, or what we've kind of gone through. But yeah, I'm starting to become kind of confident this is probably the best Wither Knight build, or at least it's one of the best. I think you can do a lot of builds on Wither Knight and do well, but this is probably my favorite. So that's kind of where we're at. I do not use the Wither talent, or the affix. No, I don't use that. I don't use Burst. I don't think the damage is worth it. We have better stats to grab. Our build is already spread thin as it is. I don't think we have room for it. I tried Withered, Mark, and I just couldn't make it work to the degree that this build works. I think this is just better. The key thing? I don't know what you're talking about. No, Ranger has not been buffed. There is an update coming, Fallen, in about 2 days. And we're going to have to kind of wait and see what ends up getting changed. Oh, this. Oh, yeah, this makes the boss go on hard mode. Yeah, I kind of forgot about it because I kind of stopped doing hard mode bosses. They're very annoying to do on melee classes, especially Wither Knight, because you can't really stun them like you can on other classes like Rogue. I have it on me in case I decide to do it, but it's not really something I've been doing at all. It's a lot easier if you're playing something like Ranger or even Sork, because you have range. Kind of hard on melee. Yeah, 25% on just the execution alone just isn't worth it for 5 affixes. There's better stuff on my build. I just don't have space for it. I mean, Salmar's fine, but if I'm gonna do bossing, I'd rather do it on my rogue, because my rogue is just way faster. I can do hard mode on rogue on, I think, 2 of the 3 classes. Everything but auto. Yeah, auto's just insane. I can't do it. Yeah, Curse can be pretty good for stuns, especially for people that aren't running Resilience. Yeah, funny enough, this build does not run Resilience at the moment, because I'm just kind of doing some testing. Yeah, if you're not aware, Stardust Sorcerer is apparently going to get nerfed in 2 days. Something like that. So just be warned. That is not going to be crutched in trios after that patch comes through. I believe the Rogue Bunny Hop will finally get nerfed as well. That's what they said, at least. Not friendly. Just barely. I'm surprised he didn't run fully. He didn't run very far. Yeah, hard to say what Stardust Sorcerer will look like. I do hope they don't over-nerf it, but considering how much it's been running rampant for 3 weeks, might have to just do what you gotta do. Wait, I should check the bug fountain things. Is there one here? One usually spawns in this area. I don't see one. No. Yep, Green Gear Rogue, the classic. Alright, Lucarito. Have a good sleep, man. I'll see you later. Anybody else wish the event spawned more often? Kind of annoying that the event only spawns one in what is it, maybe 5 games. Feels like something that should just spawn every match or something. Especially with how grindy of an event it is.
The Mistfall rarely shows itself. Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
I cannot believe he chased me without material. That guy got baited crazy hard. He leaped off with no slow fall and just took a bunch of damage. I cannot believe he did that. That was so greedy. That's the power of Ethereal, man. It completely swings fights around. Like I went from losing to winning very quick. I didn't even need to horn there, to be honest. I only horned because I thought he had Ethereal and I thought he was going to jump on top of me. Yeah, this low cooldown build with Seamless is really good. This is definitely better than my last build, 100%. And the nice thing is you don't have to wear Legendary for this. You can grab Max Ethereal in blue, purple, whatever. I mean, you can do it on any gear. That's the only thing that's really making this build work. Well, it's the main thing that's making the build work different from last video, that is, or last stream. Yeah, I definitely think the rewards for the event should spawn every game, or at least mostly every game. It is a little bit weird that it's like a random RNG chance, and then half the time I'll play for an hour and I won't see it, which kind of sucks.
Ring the chime. Don't keep our woodlinger waiting.
No, Solos is still here. That's what I'm playing right now, Ty. Yeah, Solos is still doing good. Well, I did show talents about 10 minutes ago, but I don't know if you can rewind on Twitch. Depends on, I think you might be able to on Twitch, but it might be a sub or something. Like, you might have to have, like a Twitch paid account or something. I'm not sure if it'll let you do that.
Those soldiers.
Yeah, if you rewind to when I was in the lobby, I just showed all of my talents and stuff.
Commander of Brantagard.
Kind of hard to get damage when he's sitting inside of his wind stuff. Like, I have to take damage to do it, because if I wait too long, he'll go berserk. Kind of annoying. I just have to take a lot of damage there that I really did not want to take.
Forgive me.
Yeah, I always try to do it as quick as I can because I don't want to deal with the berserk mechanic. Yeah, and I mean, Nate, you're not going to hear any arguments from me. I think they should have added duos to the game. It would be nice if we had it. I mean, how I would play duos. I would have fun.
Whatever. Just keep running around in circles, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are hoping they add duos to the game. I know. Yeah, I know we're not alone. Duos would be cool. I would definitely play it. Really the only mode I would even consider. I mean, I'm not a big fan of trios, man. Really all it comes down to. Radiant and Breakthrough both waste so many dodges by the enemy player. I'm telling you, I really think this is just better than Grapple. Yeah, the second map being locked away from solos, causing probably 10% of the total overall reviews on Steam to be negative, really hurt the game as well. Yep. No, this is the second set of Legendary that I had, I think. Is it second? No, this is the third. The first Legendary set I lost because I was playing the skill cooldown, and I fought the 3-skill Wither Knight. And I decided that it just isn't really worth it, because I want 3 skills. And then I died the second time because I played against a Breakthrough Wither Knight, and it just seems way more useful than the Grapple. So this is kind of the third build iteration, but I think this one is definitely the best that we've played so far today. 100% this has to be, I think, the best. I don't know if it's too far to say this might be the best Wither Knight build, period, but it's pretty up there, man. I don't know if I've played another build that felt as good as this.
Why did I take the second talent on Radiant instead of Breakthrough? Because Radiant has a lower cooldown. And I think I get more value from Radiant than I do Breakthrough. Like, Breakthrough is our gap closer / mobility skill. So I think for that purpose, it's better to have just one. But Radiant is our big damage dealing skill. And I use it way more often because, again, the skill cooldown is less. So I get a little bit more value out of having it here rather than Breakthrough. Also, for melee 1v1 fights, Wither Knight Mercenary, I think Retribution is just better. Breakthrough is really good for wasting dodges and getting some extra damage and whatever. But Radiant Retribution, I think having both just makes sense. Why did I play one Shadow Strix game? Because people in chat were telling me that Shadow Strix was not the strongest class. So I hopped on Shadow to basically prove a point. And I think the point was honestly made. Because that match went pretty well for me. And I think it clearly showed like why Shadow Strix is broken the way that they are. So yeah, mostly just to prove a point. Alright, be right back, and then we'll do some all. I wonder how many players we would have right now on game if we had solo Branderguard and we had duos, like full duos, not, you know, this half map stuff. I honestly think that our player base would be double, at least, if we had solos and full duos in the game. I really do. And I don't think that's really that much of an outlandish statement, because that makes the solos happy, so they stay on the game longer, and it adds a bunch of, you know, playability for people that only want to play with one other person. I don't think it's I don't think it's that unlikely to say that we'd have probably double the count. I mean, that's a big difference. Well, even with balance the way that it is, we still have a lot of players on the game. I don't think the balance and lag would stop that player count from happening if we had duo play. No duo petition, unfortunately, but I do stand by what I said.
I think this game would just benefit heavily from having solo and duo, you know, like full play. It's a shame that we can't go back in time and basically release the game with both of those things. I'm a little bit torn on hunger because they're not planning to do seasonal wipes, and I've seen what happens with games that are full looting that don't have wipes. I'm a little bit worried. Also, the game was so grindy. You had to get to like character level 100 for max builds, and new players, it's going to take so long for them to grind to that there's going to be some really big balances between levels and gear, especially without wipes happening. I'm not sure when new players are even going to really like hop in with that model in mind. Makes me a little bit worried for the game. Hunger is also very slow, like really slow. You could spend 20 minutes just looting random bits and baubles from chests. Yeah, some of the talents that you get for leveling up are game changing to the point where if you're not to the point that other players are level wise, I feel like you're just at a big disadvantage. It puts the people who play from minute 1 at a crazy advantage compared to people that start late. Even more so, I think, than Mistfall Hunter. Because Mistfall, you can get max level in a few hours. Hunger is going to take a lot of time. Yeah, I'm a little bit torn on how I feel about Hunger. Well, we'll see what it feels like during the next playtest. I'll probably end up trying it, most likely. We'll see. Oh my god, he's just spamming and winning. He's just spamming attacks. Oh my god. Cannot fight in this small ass area. My god. The freaking left click spam. I keep getting stunned. Jesus. Thank you, Heartbeat, for hitting me. I actually might die to this rogue. I'm dead. I can't dodge. Wow. Okay, well, that's a good way to lose a kid, I guess. Left click, spam, stunned, and I can't kill him. I couldn't hit him. Every time I tried to use a move, I just kept getting stun locked. Okay, well. Alrighty, that was fun. Good game, Rogue. That was fun. Time to go play some Rogue, perhaps? Maybe time for some Rogue? Yeah? Yeah, if I can't build this kit default without changing it, I'm gonna go play Rogue. Luckily for you guys, this kit is not out of stock. Yeah, it was fun. Rogue just sat there and spammed left click, and I could not do anything. And he had super armor every time I tried to do something, too. No, the gloves. God damn it, man. I'm so tired of having to change these kits around. Oh, it sucks, man. I hate doing this. This is the worst part of the game. Having to rebuild my kits because the gear doesn't exist. Yeah, it's just out of stock. Yeah, all the pieces that are left are bad. I can't even build this kit anymore. Actually, I guess I'm paying 4K for one. There's not enough legendary gear on the market, man. I cannot believe how much cope people have of Rogue not being OP. It's so funny to me. The class is so overtuned, it's insane. Everything they do is so ridiculous. Their movement, their left click spam, their super armor, their health, their damage, everything Rogue does is just so bonkers. I cannot believe people defend that class. Genuinely, I don't get it. There is no class I'd rather play for peak, like, efficiency gameplay than playing Rogue. It's not even close. People can complain about WK all they want. Rogue is still way better. It is so much better, man. Yeah, I think that fight was enough to make me go play some more Rogue. WK does not counter Rogue. I don't know where this random stuff is coming from, but that is not true at all. Like, now we're just saying things that aren't true. Rogue does not have a counter. Rogue can do whatever they want. There's no counter to this class. No. I don't know where you're getting the thought that WK counters Rogue, but that is not true. No, I don't like BA. I don't like Ranger classes. It doesn't matter. They could be broken, and I still wouldn't play them. The only reason I played it for a video was just because I haven't played it before. I find range to be extremely boring. You'll never see me play it on stream.
Are there any treasures up there, shiny guild hunter? Let me have a look.
There isn't enough gear that drops for me to do 0 to hero in this game, because the gear is all shared. Like, the stash tabs are shared. So I can't even do a real 0 to hero. It's not even possible. Because what am I supposed to do? Like, go in and loot and vendor to the market and, like, somehow keep track of my money, I guess? Sounds really annoying. They don't really make it very easy on one account, because I can't, like, make a fresh account on this. Everything is shared. But if I make another rogue, all the money will carry over. I can't make, like, a 0 to hero thing. Game doesn't really fit in for that kind of stuff, unfortunately.
Goodies are in there.
Unless I kill another rogue or something, I guess. Well, I don't want to. There's a lot of classes I have no interest in playing right now. Not until a new balance update comes out. I mean, I enjoy playing WK, but like Rogue is just a better class. I just don't really see. I don't know. It's hard to play any other class while this is even like in the game. What could they do to balance shadow tricks? There is a laundry list of things they could do. Remove super armor, reduce damage, reduce HP total, reduce defense. Any of those things would help the class to not be anywhere near as oppressive as they currently are. So many options. I guess that's a green? Alright, well. I've never seen anything good come from this. Yeah, I think if they removed all super armor from Rogue and then also reduced their health a little bit, I might not feel as bad about Rogue's mobility. But Rogues are not squishy. It's the same baseline stats as Wither Knight. I think people don't realize that. Rogue is not a squishy class. I have the same health pool and defense as my Wither Knight does. It's the same. Nothing's different. I think a lot of people do not realize that squishy classes aren't squishy in this game. There's no such thing. If super armor removing will kill Rogue, then they didn't deserve it in the first place. I'm just being real with you. It's 100% like broken. Rogue is not a class that needs super armor. The class is good. It's already strong as it is. Like, the movement is Rogue's identity. I don't even understand why they have super armor in the first place. I mean, it's supposed to be a nimble assassin class. Like, I just don't understand why they need super armor on top of it. They already attack the fastest in the game. Nothing attacks faster. It also stun locks you, by the way. If a sword rogue gets on top of you and they're just spamming left click and you just keep getting stunned, like, you're dead. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You have your one free dodge, but if you fail and then they get back on top of you instantly, you are cooked. They're coming back from that. Is that a purple rogue? No, there's no way that was purple, right? Oh, it looks like purple. Oh, it is. That is absolutely purple here. I really didn't think it was. But... mean, ultimately, two things are gonna happen. Either A, I'm gonna be forced or feel forced to play Rogue if they don't nerf this class properly. Or B, they nerf it and then I can play other classes without getting frustrating and coming back to this class. One or the other. Because if they don't nerf it properly, then I'm just gonna keep playing Rogue. It is what it is. I don't particularly think it's the most fun class in the game to play right now, but it is a little bit annoying watching people sit there and tell me on stream that the class is weak. So, if it's so weak, then we'll just be the underdog and play Rogue, I guess.
Hurry up and ring it. Take your junk out of here.
So many freaking Rogue players in this game. Already killed two. I don't think Shadow Strix has been confirmed to get nerfed yet. The only nerf that I'm aware of that's confirmed is Sorcerer. Dang. A little too late. Well, they said they were going to remove Bunny Hop last week, and it did not happen. So I'll believe it when I see it. You know, gaming, I don't know the answer to that. But when I have people sitting here telling me over and over again that Rogue is weak, I don't really know what I can say. Look how easy it is to boss on Rogue, by the way. Compare this to Wither Knight. Not even close. I mean, yeah, compare that DPS to Wither Knight. It's so funny how much easier Rogue has it. You can also knock the boss instantly with Bloody Blade Dance, which Wither Knight cannot do. Makes bossing way easier because you get a lot of time to get free damage in. It's like you're playing a freaking different game on this class, man.
my thing every.
My whole lobby was rogues, by the way. 2 rogues that we killed, and then the 3rd rogue that got out of the game with that bell. I didn't see a single other class. That's funny. I got put into rogue-based matchmaking, I guess, when I swapped the rogue. Farm holy? Nope. It's all RNG, man. Nothing I can do to help you get them faster, unfortunately. This kind of is what it is. You can go to the market and hope that one's for sale, but that never happens. I've only seen one holy on sale in the market since the game launched. And it was the Seer Mace. I'm in lower level lobbies? I don't... Oh, slash S, never mind. I was gonna say, I don't think I'm in a lower level lobby right now. I'm pretty sure that was a normal lobby. Because you had purple here, so... I think so. Yes. Holies are capped at 15k, so they just never get sold. You wanna know what's even funnier? Is the devs were asked about that, and the answer they gave is that normal players would not be able to afford holies above 15k, so that's the cap for it. But all that does is mean that they never get sold. So the only players that have holies anyway are the top players, because they're the ones at Branderguard farming bosses. So it just alienates players even more because nobody can buy them. Player coming in that door, right? I heard him walking around. He's gonna invis dog. I was gonna do invis, but first thing you did after your 17% extraction was go buy a holy weapon? Of course, of course. Yeah, holy weapons are... Oh my god, it's another rogue. Yeah, holy weapons are basically just... It's more of an endgame gold sink, I would consider it. So the fact that they're sold for 15 just means that it's turned into an endgame gold sink into something that just is never going to get used. Why do I keep getting green rogues in my lobbies? Is this a thing? It's been a lot today. Why are there so many green rogues? Is this why the statistics are so low for this class? Is this a real lobby? Are we like, is this, what is happening? What is going on? Why do I have, what is this? No, these are not bots. These are not bots. Bots would attack you. I promise you they're not bots. Dude, no, bots do not do that. Bots actually, like, attack. What is this? What is happening? It's another green rogue! And it's a green bird! What is this? Why is everybody in my lobby in greens? Where is this? Where is the gear-based matchmaking? You know what's funny? I'm actually pretty close to dying here. There's so many green players, I'm actually getting kind of low. Why are there, it's like attack, there's so many! What is happening? There's also so many people here. There's more! Look how many players are in this game! What is this lobby? It's just filled with 7 green players and blues.
The Mist Lord rarely shows himself.
What is this lobby?
Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
This is crazy! Where's the gear-based matchmaking? They're not bot. No, this is not a bot lobby. This is not bots. Dude, the game just put us in a green player lobby. Rogues together strong, I suppose.
Quit standing around and ring the charm.
This is the weirdest lobby I think I've ever been in. I've never seen so many greens and blues. I've been fighting legendaries and purples almost all day. It's weird. Alright, well that's probably lobby, being that like 8 people just died here. So I guess we're clear, I suppose. I guess. My system to get lobbies like this, I just give the devs donations. Yeah, I'm actually just paying all these people to make me look good in game. You got me. That's it. That's the play. I don't know how you found me out. Dude, this was interesting, I guess. No, I stopped playing Dark and Darker. Well, I think I missed out on 1 or 2 of the kills from other people, like third partying or whatever.
Just keep running around in circles, I guess.
Yeah, talk about padding the KD, man. See, now you see how I have all my money, I guess.
Ready to leave? Give me what I need.
No, I definitely made more than 3K in that game. I probably made what, like... This was probably a 4 to 5K match. Maybe, probably closer to 5, because I also got the potions too, which are 100 each. Something like that. Skip high ping, you can't B-hop. Is that true? Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'll take your word for it, though. I would like to go against some of the higher level Wither Knights, so I can, you know, fully test out Rogue against them. Instead of fighting, you know, whatever we've been getting into. Duels doesn't really do the build justice, Mr. X, because that's not really how the matchup is supposed to go. You can't really get a real 1v1 in a duel setting as a rogue. Just part of my kid is running away. You can't really feasibly recreate that in an arena setting. So it won't really be the same. Orda, just look at the above messages. It was just talked about. Attack, dodge, jump. Yeah, Joker, you came back the rogue. Yep. My hand was forced, so to speak. I haven't seen one of these event spawns in quite a few matches. Kind of annoying. There's someone below. Scan? Oh, right. I forgot that Sorcerer has that ability. I don't think I've seen a Sorcerer use that ability on me in a long time. He used to be really good in the playtest. Where did he go? I don't know. Slippery Sorcerer. I have no clue. Well, I think the BAs that are left playing the game are mostly the dedicated ones that are running full purple legendary, and also are good at the game. So that's probably part of it. Yeah, my games are ever going poor, where I have like a really annoying depth. Hopping back on Rogue is always a easy way to just kind of get back into the game. Oh, did I goof up? Did I get too greedy? I was trying to kill him before his super armor. That was kind of greedy. I didn't waste. He used a horn though, so. I almost got him there. That was really close.
The barrier has been lifted. Go face the Mist Lord.
You know, I thought about grabbing that talent that extends my my left click range, by the way. I think that might actually like catch people off guard and be kind of useful. Maybe I'll try that next game. It's something I've been wanting to try for a while. Something new to do on Rogue.
stick around and ring the charm. Whatever. Just keep running around in circles, I guess.
That's annoying. That was really just unfortunate timing for me. I was mid flash stride. Didn't quite get it off, unfortunately. Oh, I totally dodged that, I thought it was. He's down to 1 horn, so he might be at 0, honestly. Very balanced, guys. Don't worry. Don't you worry about it. Completely balanced. Perfectly fine, don't worry. Dead. Actually, that's game. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm dead. Holy shit, not punished. It's fine, we're a rogue. Not punished. No problem. We're a rogue. We can do whatever we want. Not punished. Don't worry, we'll kill him eventually. One of these resets will kill him. He's down to 1 horn, so. Oh my god, he's probably getting so mad. He's probably so upset. So close. Yeah, he's one horn, or he's 0 horns now. Wow. He went super armor, now we run. We are so close to winning this. We're so close to killing this guy. He has no horns left, so if we get him in one more engagement, he's dead. I don't know where he went. Shit. I don't know where he went to. Is he leaving? We have the horn advantage, now we just have to full push. I don't know where he went though. He might have decided it wasn't worth it with no horns. I wouldn't blame him. Damn, so close. He was like one shot place. Maybe we can bait him with the exit? Surely he wants to finish this fight. Ah, he went to the exit, okay. Oh, the guy with a negative KD? Yeah, we'll ban him. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. Hey, this isn't even him. Who's this guy? The random guy. I thought the seer was over here.
Don't get too comfortable, Guild Hunter. The Skeleton Myth is coming.
I think that seer ran off and took the smuggler exit. I'm gonna be honest with you. With no horns, I'd be really surprised if he was still here. Because he knows I have the horn advantage. There's no way he'd risk that, probably. Yeah. The fuck? We were so close to killing him too, man. Unfortunate. Oh well. Good game. Dang. That's tough, man. We almost had him there. I don't think they plan to have any West servers at all. I don't know if that's even been planned, unfortunately. That's fine. I don't care that much. Not a big deal. I was just ready to be done with that game. It was a very sweaty fight. Can't believe I didn't kill him there. Man. I mean, we almost had him a few times. He almost had me as well, but we're a rogue, so, you know, infinity mistakes and all that, but I'm gonna update my talent, by the way. There's a specific talent I've been wanting to try for a while. I'm gonna take off the free pursuit, and I'm gonna go for the Flurry Strike level 2. So Flurry Strike is our ability that allows us to... Where's it at? This one? That gives us the charge. This will give us way more distance. I think this will catch people off guard. I'm gonna start using it. There's been a few times where I might have been able to get some good hits on people. I think it's gonna be smart. I wanna give it a try. Yeah, I'm feeling. Upgrade stash. I can't. It's locked behind Branderguard, which is for only trios. And I'm not interested in farming for it. Yeah, we'll see if this feels any better. Yeah, it's one of those, just one of those talents I always wanted to try. I just never really got around to it. Oh, that Seer's gone, Venom. That Seer, I'm pretty sure, went and took the Smuggler exit. He's out. Or either that or he had soul threads. There's no way that Seer was going to stay in that game with no horns. I mean, again, that fight, even though it didn't look like it, I was winning that fight. That kind of fight is it's attrition. Whoever runs out of horns first, pretty much. So he was down to no horns, and I had one left. So if we got into another scuffle that was close, I would have had the 60% horn healing, and he would not have had it. So I probably would have won the next engagement. But he knew that, so he ran off and left. I don't play. I would have done the same thing. There's no way I would stay to fight a legendary rogue that I know has more horns when I have none. At that point, he's just asking to lose the kit. He played well, so he knows what he's doing. I want to test this ability. How far does it go? Damn, that's far. Holy shit, that is a far-ass ability. What in the world? Yeah, if you're wondering about my builds, I have so many rogue guides on my channel. If you use the guide command or you check, I have like all my rogue builds and stuff are on there. I have a lot of rogue content. This is one of my main classes, so I've pretty much done it all. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the that amount of distance. That's way further than I thought it was gonna be. This might be a really good tech option for this build. I run Flash Stride for preference. Technically, the Shadow Strike is arguably better. I just kind of like the Flash Stride's mobility. Got a purple merc up there. We have someone else over here, too. Let's open this door just so we have an out if we need it. This merc will probably come W key me. Usually mercs are pretty bold. Oh shit, there's more people. It's a green rogue. I'm not too worried about him. Well, I say that, if he W keys me, we'll fight him. Good, that was a good Stormbreaker. I didn't know he had it. Think is the best content. Why or what? I mean, it's just not ready, unfortunately. I don't really have an answer for you. I wish I did. I don't like it either. Oh, rogue is dead. See? Body's over there on the ground. I see that rogue failed to third party that merc. Ah, I thought that was on cooldown. Oh, there is a Syria. Alright. Wait for a shield dash to get wasted. Ah, that was a good carry. Actually, that was a pretty good combo, Ethan. This is actually kind of a bad spot for me. Gotta be a little bit careful. We almost had him on the first go. We need to back off and heal. I mean, he can't catch me, so if he wants to chase, that's fine. We have keys, too. We don't need them, but we do have them. Fight him on the next go around. Okay, we're full. We're good.
This place is finally open. If you want to make your fortune...
GG. Yeah, you just have to be patient. Parry mercs don't really counter you anymore. You just have to play smart when you're fighting them. If they get a good engagement, just back away. Make sure you don't get comboed or anything stupid. It's a winning matchup for you now. You just have to play it smart. It used to be a really bad matchup, but with their nerfs, Rogue is just... Rogue's, I think, is favored now. That mobility on my right click came in handy during that fight too. I got a lot of distance and I got a lot of damage one of those hits that I would not have gotten otherwise. Kind of swung the fight for me. Oh, you are right. Boogie boy, you are right. Shadow Strix's mobility is completely insane. It makes no sense. It is really, really silly how strong it is. Yeah, so I'm using the ability where I can do the charge and it goes really far. I mean, like a really far distance. I caught him off guard there. Was I not charging enough? I thought I was. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe I was charging a little bit, not enough. I mean, it still worked out though. It still worked. If he's close enough, it's probably better to do just one. I mean, hit him, so it doesn't matter either way. Yeah, Shadow Strix gets to play a completely different game from every other class. It's not even remotely fair. This class has needed emergency nerfs for a while now. It doesn't even make sense what we can do. The distance we get is just... Honestly, it's insane. Oh my, look at that distance. Oh my god, that distance is disgusting. That was gross. Yeah, that's our talent, yeah. A lot of rogues running around right now. Yeah, we moved on from Wither Knight, yeah. For now. He is pushing. The classic rogue versus rogue invis battle, where you each invis and then run away, and then keep going over and over again until someone basically decides to push. Hard to call it bug abuse when it's been in the game for 3 weeks, and they still have not taken it out of the game. At this point, it just kind of is what it is. It's just part of the game until it's not. They've had ample time, almost a month now, to remove it, and they have not done it. At this point, it's all fair, man.
Nah, you might be doing everything.
Yeah, Crows is interesting. Yeah, that's legendary. Yep, it is. Very scared legendary player, but legendary no less. High-end rogue PvP is so funny. I've only played dagger once. I think swords are more fun. I don't really like the daggers that much anymore, to be honest. Well, this is gonna be a long fight. Feel it? Do I have 2 soul threads just in case I need them as well? Oh no.
Something's off. You'd better plan your escape route.
God, rogue versus rogue is so silly. Got the opener. Yeah, this is what rogue versus rogue looks like in legendaries. Just how it looks. Nothing I can do about it.
closing in.
God, it is such a stupid looking fight. Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna try to fight him to the death. I'm gonna go for his kit. I don't care if I lose mine. Might as well go for it. We wasted this long. What's the point of leaving now? No point checking out.
Quickly, follow those butterflies for our woodling friend.
That was a long fight, man. Yeah, Bloody Blade Dance I don't really use with this build too much. You use a lot of
No
energy.
one is coming to save you now.
I mean, that was a 20,000 plus gold kill. That was worth the time investment. Like we had 7 minutes ago, because that's how rogue fights are, man. You reset until you get a winning engagement. That's how the fights look. Why would I throw myself into the fight in a spot where I don't think I'm gonna be winning the fight? That's the whole point of like playing rogue. If I want to just W key and have no chance to run away, I'll just go play Merc. I mean, I'm just saying, that's how the fight looks. What, you want me to just fight him at a disadvantage? Why would I do that? One results in me getting his gear, and the other one results in me dying. So. Exactly how I'm supposed to play that. Well, he also ran for me multiple times when I was winning as well. Rogue just has really good escape, man. That's just what Rogue does. I knew I would win eventually if I kept pushing and played right. Just I had to get the right engagement. He kept running and then re-invising and catching me in like weird spots. It took me a while to get a good engagement. There's nothing I can do to make it go faster. I can't magically change Rogue's fundamental core. That's just what Rogue looks like. I know it looks kind of stupid, but... Well, welcome to Rogue. That's Rogue, man. I have not seen a bot in what I believe to be 2 weeks. Someone said earlier they thought one of my lobbies had a bot in it, but I'm pretty sure they were players, just not very good. Yeah, so we're running pretty much the same build that we ran in the video that I posted last. The only difference is instead of running Heavy Strike Mastery for the Pursuit Energy, I'm actually using Deep Charge for the Charge Flurry Strike, which seems to be working pretty well. So, yeah, we've updated the build a little bit, but it's just really absurd either way. You can play pretty much any version of Rogue and it's going to be broken because the class just fundamentally at its core is too strong. So you can kind of just do whatever you want. You can play Dagger, you can play Swords, you can play any really amount of... You can really play any array of talents and skills. It'll work out pretty much no matter what. But you can use Crows. I've actually seen some Inspiring Impales, which I've never really tried before. But I don't really have room for it. Maybe when Spinning Slash finally gets its super armor removed, I'll be able to maybe take Inspiring Impale instead. But right now, Spinning Slash is just better than Inspiring Impale, so it's kind of hard to do that. Stun over Flash Stride. Flash Stride is good engagement from Invis, and it also follows up with a guaranteed Poison Crow Mark. Flash Stride is good just to try to stun people and get more damage. I just run away from Revseers. They can't chase you, so I just run until they get bored. I don't usually fight them, unless I'm playing Rogue. Alright, that was probably enough Rogue fun for now. I just wanted to do that because I was kind of annoyed that that Rogue killed my Wither Knight the way that he did. So I just needed a little bit of a breather, because that was kind of annoying. We've now made our money back and more after going to Rogue. It's fine. It's fine. It's one of the... I feel like Rogue is like my easy go-to class, although it doesn't feel easy sometimes because I have to sweat so hard against some of these players. So much running away and resetting, but it's good. It is strong, you just gotta do it. I'm not really a fan of the, you know, W key on Rogue, and if you lose, you lose. I can't not use the tools to run away if they're available. It'd be impossible. Kind of excited to try Rogue after they get nerfed, so I can kind of get an idea on... I don't know, just kind of get an idea on what Rogue will look like after it's not in, like, the current state, I guess. A little curious. Because, you know, I'll have to try Rogue again after they nerf it to see what I can do. Hopefully it feels like a different class, but that might be a little bit optimistic. Hard to say. Well, the bunny hop getting nerfed is going to be a pretty sizable... Oh my god, the daggers are gone. Okay, well... I guess that's all we can buy. Right. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think the Shadow bunny hop stuff getting nerfed will be nice. It's not gonna fix the class, but at least that's one thing in the tool belt that they're not gonna have access to, which is good, I guess. Gear matters. Purple to legendary is about a 15% increase in effectiveness. Purple to blue, I'm not sure the exact number, but I know that I've heard people say about 15% for legendary. It's not that big of a difference between purple. Legendary is more to just to kind of use it because you have the money. You can run purple instead of legendary, and honestly, it's not that much different. It's really not. Ward? What is ward? Oh, you mean the eyes? I don't know if that's what you meant, but I will bring some eyes with me. I mean, gear is important, but skill is more meaningful. I can beat legendaries in purples 100%, and I think I've killed them in blues as well, just a little bit hard, because the gear difference from blue to legendary is pretty high. But that's mostly because the difference between blue and purple, I think, is pretty high as well. Once you get into purple, you're kind of competent to do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about, you don't really have to worry about your gap once you get purples. Honestly, I would argue that purple versus legendary, for the most part, it's just skill. Like, the gear can make a difference, and maybe it sways one way or the other. But generally speaking, I would say that if you're in purple fighting a legendary, it is 100% skill-based, or mostly skill-based. Now, if you're in, like, greens fighting legendaries, that's a whole different story. It's like a different game you're playing.
Affix for Rogue? I'll link my video for you that kind of goes over my affixes for green to legendary gear. Where's it at? I'll find it. Mistfall is just a hard game. Truly. The skill ceiling is very high, and the skill floor is... I would say the skill floor is kind of moderate, but yeah, the ceiling is extremely high. I mean, I'm not going to claim to be the #1 Withered Knight. I feel like I'm still learning the class. I've gotten a lot better since the first day I started using it, though. I only started using the Greatsword just, what, 5 days ago? Something like that.
I hear them. The voices of
The first
souls
event I've
lost
seen in
within the
an hour and a half,
cocoons,
I think.
crying out for the path home.
No Merc today. Honestly, I'm enjoying
Go
Wither Knight more than
down.
Merc at this point. I think they're both equally strong, but Wither Knight's honestly kind of more fun now. At least for the time being. Maybe I'll play some more Merc. We'll see what the next update brings. Mission Barbecue Cup? It is a Mission Barbecue Cup. They got pretty good food. I like them. Yeah, honestly, I've wanted to play more Mercenary, but Wither Knight is just so much more fun at the moment. It's really hard for me not to. And then if I really want to just sweat and just feel like I'm strong, I go play Rogue. There's actually a few people here. This rogue really wants that hammer merc dead. I guess I'll just let him do. Go for it. I don't know. This hammer merc's getting some good hits in. Although, I don't know. I think the merc's getting a little low. He's healing. He's panicking. Oh, he didn't get the hammer slam either. The spin to win? No. No. Alright. Okay, well, GG, guys. Alright. Well. That was fun. I was kind of rooting for the Merc, but
the villain one. Hammer hit tech. I know about the animation cancel hammer stuff going on, at the very least. Yeah, WK does take a little bit to get used to all their skills and stuff. A little bit of a higher skill floor, I think, for this class. Wouldn't entirely disagree there. I think the legendary hammer itself looks pretty cool. Yeah, just to be clear, you're referring to the hammer attack where you can attack, animation cancel, and then you can just keep pressing M1 and infinitely attack. You mean that one, right? I assume.
The Mist Lord rarely shows itself. Miss this chance and you'll regret it.
Kirill, I wouldn't worry too much about the gear fear, man. I don't know if you know this, but you know the gear resets. Oh. Oh, my dev. Freaking roads, man. Oh my god, now he's healed. He's not full health. Because he has teleport.
Bring the time. Don't keep our children
Wait, he didn't full teleport though. Okay, well he could have left. At that point, he's already gone. He can go full heal and I can't stop him. That rogue just misplayed horrendously. There is no reason that rogue should have died there. He could have easily got out of that. As soon as the rogue teleports, he's home free. You can just go reset. He can do whatever the hell he wants once he's teleported. I had no idea why he stayed. That was just greedy. Yeah, I don't really get it, but whatever. If it wasn't an event game, I'd probably be leaving right now. Don't really like staying in a match when I have only one horn left. Honestly, I'm surprised that rogue didn't kill me. Honestly, if I died to that rogue there, I think I would have went back to rogue again. I'm gonna be honest. I really didn't want to, so I'm really glad I survived. Really didn't want to go back to rogue, but I would have been extremely tempted.
The soul Node has awakened. The souls she consumes are far more whole than those within these soul cocoons. Purification ritual will now unfold.
That was definitely here. I just remembered.
The lamentations within the soul cocoons are subsiding. Hold this ground through these final moments.
Nice job, pulling. There are so many rogues in my lobbies. Oh my god. Dude, I don't know what everyone was talking about. Everyone at the start of stream told me the game was nothing but Wither Knights. I have been seeing so many rogues, it's insane. I don't know where you guys are seeing these Wither Knights.
Guess you plan on staying, huh?
But my lobbies have very much shifted since the start of stream. It is just nothing except freaking rogues, man. Holy. Kind of insane. Alright, Blizzy. Have a good night, man. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Fun fact, you can hit through doors. Same with him as well. Not really sure what the intention is here with these doors, but yeah, you can totally just get right through them. Basically to protect the shrine, pretty much. After the shrine is done, we'll fight them. I mean, really, as a black arrow, he can't push in here. If he pushes in here, he's insane. He's gonna die. So, I'm pretty sure this beacon is mine. I don't see how he can get this. What, a minute? Watching me and following tips for a few weeks now. Well, Gary, or Kiro, I'm glad you've been liking the content, man. Appreciate you.
Purification is nearing completion. Hold on for just a moment longer. And
I guess he's just gonna give it to him.
Truly return home.
I guess we're good. Is this live? Yes, Cheka, it is live. Yes, it is. Alright, we got it. Okay.
The purification ritual is complete. You have guided these lost souls back to the web of fate.
His spacing is pretty solid.
Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. The Gilded Mist is coming.
I think that's the blood arrow. Is he gonna kill both of us here? He might kill both of us if he plays like this. I mean, I guess it is what it is. At least I got the event currency if I do die. I mean, I can't really push him when he's playing this safe. Not with this build. I cannot give you a code for the gold gear, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, I mean, This fight was not gonna end, because I'm not gonna push him in the open and die with one horn. I had to basically get him to make a mistake there. I figured either A, he was gonna kill both of us, or he'd take the boat. So. Yeah, I usually stream for 6 to 8 hours, somewhere in that range. Comboing hard on WK? Not really, it just takes some time to get used to it. If you're learning Greatsword, just expect to die a lot at the start. But you'll get the hang of it. Yeah, that was for Legendary BA, I'm pretty sure. By the way, the devs didn't say anything about it, but I think they changed the way that healing works. Did you notice that during some of those abilities, during some of my fights today, for example, that BA, I got hit and the healing kept going? He hit me with the Bloodfly arrow. I'm pretty sure it used to stop your healing. I think they updated it so certain range attacks don't stop your healing pot. Same with crows, by the way. Shadow Strix crows, if you have a healing pot going, it will still give you the heals. It wasn't really something that I ever saw in the patch notes, but I think they secretly or silently changed that stuff. Just something to put out there. Hey, Coral, it's going good, man. I'm playing a little bit of Wither Knight and Rogue today. Played some Rogue after some frustrating games, but overall we've had good ones, so I can't complain. We're up pretty much. We're up pretty good today, so. Can't really complain. Yeah, I think they updated the logic to what stops the potion healing. I think that's what happened. Dots don't stop heal, it's written in the flask. Is Crowstorm considered a dot? Because Crowstorm doesn't stop it either, and I never really considered that a dot. Oh, the knife is for PvP. Wait. Why? Oh, my sword is broken. I was gonna say, why are my stats wrong? Yeah, unfortunately, I've had to change my legendary gear 4 different times today, or 3. Because the legendary market isn't very big, so the gear just goes out of stock way too easy. And it makes it impossible to share codes that have any, like, meaningful value. Rakan? I mean, our fight was just a draw. I mean, the fight was never going to end, really. Because I wasn't going to, like... I know that in the open, he's clearly going to win that fight, because that's where he shines, so... Kind of just use cover, and we didn't really have enough time to full fight, so... It's kind of is what it is. I mean, yeah, I can't push him and he can't push me. If I push him in the open, I die. If he pushes me in the closed areas, he dies. So the fight is basically a stalemate. Unless I play dumb or he plays dumb, and neither of us are going to do that, so it's just a draw. Yeah, I'm not, I already know what happens if I push a BA into the open, especially once he hits the bleed. But once the bleed ability goes, you have to get cover, or you get you will just die. Because you can't dodge. I think the gear diff in Dad is higher. And I think that's partly because the skill diff in this game is higher. So you can compensate for any gear differences with your skill. So I feel like this game is probably better. However, if someone has better gear than you and they're better than you, you're probably going to get destroyed. It's going to make you feel like you don't have a chance, even though you would if you were a better player. But again, it comes down to the skill level, I think, more so than anything else. For example, I think purples against legendary is 100% just a skill thing. I think blue versus purple, same difference. Green versus blue, same deal. Like green versus purple, green versus legendary, it's possible, but it's very hard. You have to really outplay them. But, I mean, you should. I mean, it is a gear-based game, so it makes sense. Those are my general ideas on that. I don't want to aggro that mob. This guy can drop those dragon things, those like 5 things. I'm still looking for one. Might as well look for it while I'm here. I've been looking for this thing for days. I still have not found one. Getting a little bit annoying, to be honest. I'm also surprised to see Rakan playing. He definitely said that he quit the game, so I guess he, at least I thought he said he quit the game, unless I'm mistaken. So maybe he changed his mind. Sork is busted in trios, mostly. I think they're manageable in solos. But trio Sork is still pretty busted, yeah. Sitting there crouching. I didn't want him to see me. I was trying to get over this before I got hit. Oh, I forgot my eyes. was a fun kill. Okay. Alright. Got him. I mean, I don't really care what anyone else says. I enjoy playing the game, so I'm gonna play the game. What a sweat? I'm not a sweat. Okay, I might be a sweat, but that's what I do, man. Yeah, I don't really care what anyone else says. I like the game, and I'm gonna play it until it dies. If that's the case, and the game dies, then... well, then it dies. I'm gonna play it no matter what. I think this game is the most fun game that I've played in a long time, so... I will play the shit out of it, and... whatever. Well, I've never claimed to be the #1 player. It's not really what it's not really what I'm here to be. I'm just here to entertain and have good games, so.
This place is finally open. If you want to make your fortune...
Erratic, I'm glad you like the content, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm hoping for this game to have a good, long life, because I would love nothing more than to be able to stream it for you guys for the long term. I mean, I played Dad for years, so it'd be really nice if this game could last, you know, years as well. You know, it'd be nice. I mean, I'm open to other Extraction games, potentially, that are coming out if things change, but... hey, thank you, Erratic, for the Prime sub. I do appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not too sure on Hunger yet. Still need to kind of wait and see what the game looks like on launch, you know? We'll see.
Hurry up, kid. Take your junk out of here.
I do feel a little bit bad whenever I see green players in my games, but the devs made it pretty clear on their no teaming rule, so I'm not really willing to do any of that stuff. Can't play Dustblood because it's not on PC. I don't play Switch, so it's not really an option for me. Yeah, no, I'm killing Sight, man. It's not gonna change.
Sun power. Irresistible.
A god shall soon be recreated in our image.
I'm gonna fight everybody in my games. I don't care what gear they're wearing.
Return. Whole fractured souls!
Oh, that jumping actually works pretty well there.
Come. Return unto mother's embrace!
Come on, no. Might have
Oh, no spawns. That's nice. I know, I actually jumped it for once, yeah. I guess it's easier to jump it than dodge it normally. My rank? Not top 100. I'm not really ranked. I don't know what I am. Yeah, I do think I've settled on this being my favorite Wither Knight build. I was a little bit unsure. You know, I kind of went through a few different builds today, but I think I've leaned towards this one, where you use 3 skills, but you run seamless, so you have some cooldown reduction. And then you don't, you know, gimp your build with 2 talents. Even though it's, like, kind of nice, I think this is the better way to do it. Well, Mr. X, I'm not a bosser. I don't really usually boss. How many times have I killed a boss in Dad? Probably under 100 after 400 hours. I basically never bossed. So, that's just not really what I'm here to do. No, hard mode on bosses is far too difficult. I can't beat them. Not on melee. Like, I've done hard mode on Rogue before, but not on Wither Knight. Maybe that boss I could do on Wither Knight. That boss is probably the easier of the 3. Auto, though, there's no chance. Yeah, that boss specifically, maybe I can, but a lot easier on Rogue. No, I don't feel that I'm missing out on any part of the game not playing trios. It's a part of the game that I don't enjoy. Same as Dark and Darker. I mean, I put 4,000 hours in Dark and Darker and never felt like I needed to play trios. So, I mean, I feel like that pretty much sums up that question, I think. Doesn't bother me at all. Circuit, I already played Rogue today. You missed it. Yeah, I did multiple Rogue games. Yeah, they were my, my Wither Knight didn't go very well, so I'll swap to Rogue. And then I played that a little bit, and then I came back. I think combat more in depth, like For Honor as an extraction, is not gonna work in practice because the game is too hard. We already have a game like that. It's a very small game that's not even released yet, called Sword Eye, that has like similar kind of directional combat. But I cannot imagine that game ever popping off because the combat, I think, is too hard for an extractor. If it does well, then I'll play it, but Every playtest I've seen for it has been like less than 100 players. It's just way too hardcore for people to play. Yeah, people wish for harder combat and extractions, not realizing that it just doesn't work in practice because players are not willing to invest the amount of time it takes to get good at a game with super hard combat and also extraction on top of it. This game is already the peak of the hardness that it can be without the game, like, being impossible to play. You cannot do directional combat and extraction. It is too hard for the average player. If you do, then you'll have nothing but, you know, a few poor sweats in your game, and that's it. Just is what it is. Yeah, Classic, I think the players are getting better. I don't know if anyone else can attest to this, but I think on average, my lobbies have been getting harder. I think the quality of players, I mean, obviously not every lobby. I've seen some very strange green and blue gear lobbies. But on average, I think my fights have gotten harder, and the good players are definitely getting better. So I'm having to try a lot harder in some of these fights. You know, I'm still an overall positive player. I mean, I think I'm still doing pretty well. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that was also, a lot of that was also when I was playing with the night before the buffs too. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy with like my progress as far as, you know, getting better at the game goes. There's definitely a lot of people that are starting to get hard to fight though, but I can't complain. I'm having fun. So yeah, you have to be really careful because yeah, if the game is too hard, the community just isn't going to be interested in playing it, quite frankly. By the way, I think I'm going to be done with stream soon. Do you want to go ahead and do a tier list like I've been saying? I wanted to do a tier list for a while, and people said that they would like to see one. Kind of where I currently gauge most classes. Last time I talked about it, a lot of people said they were interested, so I might go ahead and do that. And then you guys can yell at me when you think I'm wrong and stupid. Let me get some water first before I do this. Tier list time. Yep. Just give me 1 minute. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and do a tier list. Let me check. So this is the one that Lich gave me. Let me just quickly see if it has everything on here that I want. So we have right past Zeal, left past Zeal. Just want to clarify, is left path or right path the super armor? You think I should know this. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to tell, because I'll have to swap my build. I don't really want to redo this. Can you guys just tell me? which side? Never mind, I can swap here. It's left side for super armor, right? No, right side is super. Okay. Yep. Right is super, left is normal. Okay. So super armor, class armor, non-super armor. Stardust, dagger, sword. Lightning strike, elemental, fire elemental. Hunter, archer. Okay. Is hunter... I don't know. I forget which one is which. Which one is hunter and which one is, I just don't play Black Arrow enough to know the difference. I just know the one that uses the side dodge is just the best. Yep. Okay, so... Okay, so right side is hunter. So hunter is the good one. Archer is the bad one. Okay. So Hunter is good, Archer is bad. I barely know anything about Archer, I just know no one uses it. This will probably go in garbage dumpster tier because literally nobody plays it. I don't think I could even give it a good rating if I wanted to. I don't even know if I have to play it to just instantly put it right into the D tier column because nobody plays it, man. Alright, Reverence here is, that's range here. Hammer Merc, Sword Merc, Perfect Parry Merc. Polearm and shield and great sword. Okay. All right. I think I'm okay. I just needed to kind of double check and make sure I was good on this. I'm gonna hide this bottom too, so it looks a little cleaner. Actually, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. That way I can swap to the game back if I need to. Okay. Let me just double check. I think we're good. Yeah, we're okay. I'll leave the game open just in case I need to double check something. You know, just in case. Here, I'll change the title of the stream as well to tier list, just so everybody knows that's what we're doing right before we do it. This probably won't take too long to do it, but. Yeah, I've been getting asked for a while to make one of these. Maybe I'll make this into a video as well. People have been asking me for a tier list video too. Alright, so we're going to do a tier list of the best to worst classes in Mistfall Hunter, and I have played every class in the game pretty much at this point. I've also made guides on my channel for all of them, so I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of what is strong and what is not. I've also played almost 250 hours of this game. This is going to be a solo tier list, not trios, so keep in mind balancing is of course going to be different depending on where you play. I'm going to go in and get some of the easy ones out of the way first, because I know where they're going to go already. Sword, Shadow Strix. This is probably the most busted class in the game. Shadow Strix at this point is my main class. I don't play anything else quite as much, and it has by far my best overall KD. My escape rate is best. It just has way too much going for it. It has super armor. It has really good damage. It has the same defense rating as Mercenary and Wither Knight, if you can believe it. The game does not differentiate squishy classes from tanks, so Shadow Strix is just as beefy as a Mercenary is going to be. It's really just based on the affixes you're grabbing. So a Legendary Shadow Strix is basically the same
as a Merc or a Wither Knight as far as how much damage they can take. And of course, Shadow Strix also has the teleportation and a lot of get out of jail free cards, so even if they start losing a fight, you can kind of just teleport away and kill them. Alright, so Dagger, Shadow Strix. I think Dagger and Sword are both very strong. It's hard for me to put Dagger above Sword, because as of this tier list, the Shadow Dash Bunny Hop still exists, and that gives Sword Shadow Strix a lot more mobility than they really should have. I believe it's supposed to get removed sometime soon, so we'll have to kind of reevaluate it in the future. But as of right now, I think Dagger is still probably right up there with Shadow Strix. Really just because it's really good. You have the combo, so you can go invis and then stun people and take people down 50-60% of their health. And even though you're not Sword Shadow Strix, you still have really good escape tools. Again, you still have access to the teleport if you want it, which is a complete get out of jail free card against any classes that are trying to chase you. And of course, because you're the fastest class in the game, in solos, you also get to chase people down relentlessly. So if they start making mistakes, you chase them and kill them, which is quite good. Right. So as far as the other S tier for solo play, I know that not everyone is going to agree, but, you know, we can kind of discuss it as well. All right, so next, I think Stardust Sorcerer. This is a hard one. So trios, I think Stardust Sorcerer 100% is S tier. I think solo Stardust Sorcerer is also S tier, even though it's a little bit harder to play. And I'll kind of give my reasoning for it. The AoE is extremely large, so it's very forgiving, and it's very easy to hit other players, and it also slows them with that blizzard-like effect. You have the double meteor cast, which you can shoot at the ground, and it does really high damage, which is quite nice. You also can use your insta-cast for invisibility. You can use that to completely get away from other players, which is good as well. I think overall, even though Stardust Sorcerer is better in trios, I think the class is S tier regardless of where you play it, and if you fight a really good Stardust Sorc in solos, you are going to have a really tough time. Another one that is really slept on, I don't see a lot of them in my lobbies, is Reverent Seer. This class is interesting because it has no real chase potential. But even though it has no chase potential, it is so hard to get a kill in this class, it's almost laughable. They have 7 total horns of healing. They have 4 of their own personal insta-heal casts for their class skill. And they also have their 3 normal horns. And their 4 insta-cast heals for themselves also do a debuff cleanse. So things like anti-heal or bleed from Black Arrow or Bloodfly or any kind of effects completely get nullified by that. Reverend Seer also has access to the turret tower and the one that stuns and pushes you back. On relatively low cooldown, if you place down a turret tower as a Reverend Seer, I believe it is a total of 9 to 10 seconds of cooldown between the turret tower going down and then coming back, in which case you can use the other abilities you have access to. So generally for me, I just don't really fight Reverend Seers. If I see them in lobby, I just walk the other direction. It doesn't really feel like they're worth fighting. Okay. Let me just kind of think about what else I want to do. What do you guys think, by the way? We can talk about this. Is there anything else you think should be S tier? Or do you have any disagreements of what I've done? So, Sword, Dagger, Stardust, and Reverent. I feel like this is pretty fair for S tier classes. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting about Greatsword. I'm debating on whether to put it in low S or high A. I'm still debating on this one. I'm starting to maybe lean towards Greatsword being low S and Polearm being high A, by the way. I am thinking about that. Yeah, I'm starting, honestly, I am kind of starting to think that it's probably low S. Well, I don't think Polearm is S tier. I really do not think Polearm is S at all.
I think Greatsword is just better. There's no chance Polearm can beat Greatsword in terms of, you know, whatever. We still have like 12 different classes. Not everything's going in S tier. Black Arrow is not S tier. Look, it's not S tier. Not even close, bro. Not even close. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and do the... this is the last S tier. I don't think any other class in the game is S tier. Okay, so I also think that Greatsword leading Withered Knight is low S tier. Recently, the class got a really big buff, and virtually everything that Greatsword does is viable. You can use really any combination of skills and or Greatsword talents and make the class work. Honestly, it's one of the best feeling classes in the game right now due to the variety you have when building your kits. Before the buff, I think Greatsword was probably all the way in C or D tier. I really did not like it. It's still a little bit buggy. Sometimes you'll try to use skills and they just don't really connect like you feel like they should, which is why I don't think I can put it past low S tier. But the power level this class has gotten since the buff is pretty good. And yeah, I think putting it into the bottom of S makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So this is where I'm thinking for solo S tier. Short, Shadow Strix, Dagger, Stardust, Reverent, Greatsword. I don't think... can anyone convince me otherwise that anything else is S tier? Because I don't think anything else is. Blasphemer, Melee, I do not think is S. Lightning Strike and Fireball, Elemental Sorcerer, let's not joke about that. Black Arrow, no, they're not S tier. Hammer Merc is not S tier. Please, I don't think any of these are. I feel like this is fine, Mr. X. Because you know this is the bottom of S, so it's technically S minus, whatever. I think this is fine. Alright, let's think about, well, no, I think Greatsword is bottom of S, but I think Polearm is top of A. Well, let's think of it this way. What do we think is A tier? I think Blasphemer is A tier. Well, you know, what's a little bit weird, I was under the impression that non-super armor Blasphemer is straight, like, trash garbage. But everybody keeps telling me that it's secretly good. So, can someone convince me or tell me that the left side of Zeal Enhancement is not trash garbage? Because I've never fought one, and I don't know how to rate it when I've never seen a single one in game that didn't just get immediately killed and die. I feel like ranking left side of Zeal higher than A, or like ranking it A would just be bad. I think this might be B at best. And I don't even want to really rank it B, but people claim that it's good. I think Merc is still A tier. Just so you know. I'm pretty sure it's still A. So Hammer Merc is A tier if you do the animation cancel. But I'm not sure if I want to use the animation cancel as part of the hammer balancing, so I would put it in B tier. Because if you're doing animation cancel shit, then the class becomes way better, because you basically get rid of the clunkiness of the build. Yeah. Alright, so well, I think I would put both in A tier. So, okay, well, what are we thinking for A? So, Seer is definitely both A. I think Archer... Wait, I'm sorry. Is Archer or Hunter the good one? I always forget which one. I just looked at it, too. I think the Black Arrow... Whatever the meta one is, I think that one's actually still A tier. Even though people like to act like BA is weak, I think it's probably low A. The Archer is, oh yeah, the Archer is hot garbage. This shit is probably C or D tier at best. This shit is bad. I don't know if there's any viable build that uses Archer. You have to use Hunter. Just straight up, Hunter is the only good one that Black Arrow has. Archer is just terrible. It's so bad. I don't even know if you can compete as a good player with Archer unless you're just like top tier, like insane. Yeah, so Hunter is gonna be the A tier, and we'll go into the other one in a minute. Okay, so A tier would be Blasphemer. Right path is Super Armor, which I would still rank as higher. Then Hunter. Hunter is also gonna be A. I think Reduced Cooldown Wither Knight is also A tier. I think going that middle tree is not as good as Great Sword Full. Seer, Polearm, Shadow Strix. Shadow Strix. Shadow Strix is not A tier. That is insane. Shadow Strix is S tier. Bro, that's crazy. It's absolute S tier. That'd be crazy. That's insane. There's no shot. Alright, here's what I think. I think Polearm, Perfect Parry, Sword and Shield, Hunter. Yep, Hunter. And Seer is A tier. I think everything else will be below A. That's what I'm thinking. Let me do the A tiers first, and we'll kind of go from there. So let's go ahead and start adding them to the board, because I don't know what order I would do them in, but I'm kind of leaning towards the Wither Knight stuff being at the top. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and start this. Alright, so for the A tier, right now I'm leaning towards Reduced Cooldown Wither Knight being at the top of A. Could change this, of course. The reason for this is that I don't think it's quite as good as the Greatsword leaning. I've done some practice, and I think having 2 skills only for sword versus 3 is just really a big handicap. It is nice having really fast cooldown on parry and whatever other skill you decide to take, and I'm not going to devalue how useful that can be. However, you can just build for Seamless, the affix that reduces your cooldown, with Greatsword leaning, and I think it just ends up being an overall more effective build. However, that said, I think Reduced Cooldown is still really strong and very clearly A rank. I also think Polearm and Shield Wither Knight was really slept on about a week ago, and I think people have caught on to how strong it can be, due to the way that smiting works with recovering energy through the Wither Execution. Smiting gives you energy and also cooldown reduction. It ends up being a really solid build. And honestly, Wither Knight is so strong right now, I think you could play any variant and it's always good. But I think Greatsword is a little bit better than these 2 builds, so it's kind of hard to put Greatsword in A tier if I do put these 2 builds in A. So yeah, this is kind of where I'm leaning for Wither Knight. So S and then 2 A's. Alright, next, I think Hammer, Merc, no. Just kidding. Hammer, Merc. Never mind. Next, no. I was actually about to put it in A because of the animation cancel. I don't think I can do it. There's no way I can do that without just feeling like I'm trolling. Hammer Merc with animation cancel is legitimately probably A tier. But for the purposes of a tier list video and the fact that almost no one does animation cancel, that would be just not good for a video. Or for like for a real ranking. I think that's just the wrong play. I think I'm just gonna let Hammer just sit here for now. I'm just gonna do the other mercs, I think. Yeah, I have to rank it based on the average player who plays Hammer, not the top 0.1% who's animation canceling and getting their moves out in a way that's not game intended. So, yeah, based on that, I'm just gonna avoid them. Alright, so next for our A tier, I'm gonna put Sword and Shield Mercenary. I think Sword and Shield Merc has a very good chance of beating any tier of Withered Knight, Polearm and Shield, Reduced Cooldown, or Greatsword. I myself, playing Mercenary, have been able to take games off of Withered Knights. However, I still think Greatsword is a little bit better overall than Mercenary right now.
So I would put it just a little bit below where the other Wither Knight builds are. Then Perfect Parry. I think Sword and Shield, the red sword, has kind of become just a little bit better than parry. After the nerfs, I think the build really got balanced out. It used to be really broken. Perfect Parry was just completely ridiculous before the recent patches. Now I think the build is in a lot more fair of a spot. But if you do fight a good parry Sword and Shield Merc, it is kind of hard to hit them sometimes. They do get some really good parries, and they really do shut down certain builds. The ability to just parry instantly and then gain shield and damage and speed and all that stuff is just strong. I think they're probably safe to put right underneath of Wither Knight right now. Now, I also think left and right path Blasphemers here is even. So right path is your super armor path. I do think that is the best way to play Seer right now. It's the build that I see all the time in solos. Mostly because you can pop your super armor. It's really long. It's, what, 8 seconds plus more if you hit people. Then people use the paralysis curse that stuns you or forces you to dodge. They use the wall to bring you closer. The build could just feel pretty strong, but it feels a little bit lacking in comparison to some other builds. Really, I would just say that I would rather play Shadow Strix than play, you know, Blasphemer Seer with super armor. Kind of the slept on build that I still have not fought in solos, but I've been told has been very strong. There's apparently a combo you can do with the curse duration, so you stun longer in the left seal path. And you can pretty much chain people down with stuns and do really good damage. I don't really know how to rank this exactly because I've never seen it in game myself, but apparently it's really strong. So I'm going to put it here towards the bottom of A, just because I don't know where else I could put it without just putting it in low tier because I don't ever fight it. If it wasn't for people telling me that the build is good, I probably would have just put it in garbage tier. But yeah, maybe this is one of those sleeper OP builds that people just aren't really talking about. So, worth mentioning. Now, the last one for A tier, I would put Hunter Black Arrow. Hunter is the good variant of BA. That's the one where you get the dodge rolls, and you also have your bleed and your blood fly. A good Black Arrow in an open area is still extremely scary to fight. However, Shadow Strix really does shut the class down. It's kind of your hard counter. I think as a good Shadow Strix, you really shouldn't be dying to BAs unless you make a big mistake. And that is kind of a problem for Black Arrow right now. So with that said, I think BA is still good, but it's more of a high skill floor class where average players can't really play it without getting dunked on by Shadow Strixes or really probably any of these classes up here. Reverend, Seer, Stardust, Sork are kind of just all just better. But I don't think BA is weak enough to go into B tier or lower, so I think the bottom of A is right. That's kind of where I'm at in terms of S tier and A tier. I think BA is way stronger than some of you give it credit for. If a BA hits you with bleed in the middle of an open area and you cannot get away, they can delete your health pool. It's way stronger than I've seen some people act like it is. But Shadow Strix shuts down the class hard. Like, there is a very big difference between a good Black Arrow and a good Shadow Strix. I would rather every time be the Shadow Strix. A good BA is really scary to fight. If you don't think BA is good, you're not fighting good Black Arrows. Go fight Rakan and then tell me that BA is weak. Because BA is not weak. It's hard to play. It's higher skill floor. But it's not weak. I don't think that's true. Well, a high skill... Never mind. We'll just move on. Alright, so that's kind of where I'm at in terms of the A tier. I gotta think about this for a minute. Where the hell do I put the rest of these? I think Hammer is B, Archer is D, Lightning is D, and Fireball is C. Am I biased here? Does anyone think Fireball, Sorcerer is anything but C tier? I feel like it's really bad. I know there's some good players that can kind of make it work, but I think Fire Elemental Sword just isn't very good anymore. Just straight up. You agreed 100% with what I said? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. B, C, D, D. Yeah, you don't really see a lot of Elemental Sorks. I think I see 5 black arrows for every 1 Sorcerer, and then I see 10 black arrows for every 1 Elemental Sorcerer. It's pretty dire, man. Like, Elemental Sork has really fallen off grace. I just don't think it's that good. A good player can make it work and kill you, but I just think the class is pretty underwhelming. Alright, so for B tier, I think Hammer Merc is currently high B. The class is very good at punishing you if you make a mistake. So if you do get hit by Hammer Merc, you take a ton of damage, which kind of makes it better than I would say C or D tier. But there are some classes that are very good at dodging or just kind of getting away from Hammer and then punishing you. For example, a Reverent Seer against Hammer Merc feels like a really hard matchup. I think B is fair for this class because I think it is stronger than Archer, Fireball, and Lightning Strike Sorcerer. Now for C tier, I think Fireball Elemental Sorcerer has fallen off grace. If you were to ask me 2 weeks ago, before the nerfs, I would have told you that Fireball Elemental Sorc is really good, probably S tier. But with all the nerfs the class got, the increased Eloquence to 10 to 15 seconds, which really, I know it technically affects these classes too, but it really seems like it affects Fireball Sorc a lot because you're really up close and personal with this build. And Stardust Sorc gets the free built-in Eloquence. You kind of get 2 hits, not just 1, when you get hit, and then you don't get stunned for it, which is really nice. They also nerfed the damage a lot for Fireball Sorc, and they also nerfed the Ice Crystals, so it just feels a lot harder to play than it used to, and with how strong some classes remain, such as Shadow Strix, it just doesn't feel fun to play. For D tier, I think Lightning Strike Sorcerer goes here. There's some meme one-shot builds that I've seen running around, but it's something that most people are not really going to be playing, and it's a lot of work, and again, it's really just not that good from what I've heard. I don't think I've seen a single Lightning Strike Sorcerer in a week. I think I might have saw 1 total since launch. It just isn't a played build. It doesn't seem good. Really probably belongs here in D. And then Archer Black Arrow is the other side of Hunter that nobody uses. I don't know if I've ever died to an Archer Black Arrow, nor do I think I've ever seen a good Black Arrow run Archer. Most of your good arrows are Hunter side, Blood, Fly, and the Bleed. And the side dodge is just way better than what Archer gives you. So I think it's probably safe to put these down here below. Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm thinking for the rankings. I mean, you guys should know better than to think that you're gonna completely agree with what I say and vice versa. I mean, it's an objective tier list. This is not really made to be, you know, it's not really made to be a 1-for-1, you know. Obviously, everybody's gonna have a different opinion. It's not gonna be exactly the same. But I don't know. I think this is a pretty good, like, general graphic for what the game currently feels like. I see Shadow Strix the most in my lobbies. I don't see a lot of Stardust Sorc and Reverent Seer, but I do think they're really strong. Greatsword is really good right now. I am leaning towards bottom of S for sure. I think it's better than the other versions of the builds too. Mercenary is still very strong and can compete with Wither Knight pretty well. Seer is good. Bottom of A, I think, is pretty fair for these. And then, of course, Black Arrow. Skill floor has gone up a lot, so I think that's fair. I don't know. I think this is good. Yeah, of course, the next balance change might affect things, but all right, here. Well, just for the sake of my, because I'll probably edit this into a video, so I'll just quickly summarize it one more time if anyone just now joined, and we'll kind of talk about that.
All right, so this is kind of where I think every class is. I think Shadow Strix is currently insane mobility, really good damage, defense, and they can kind of just do what they want in lobbies. I also see probably the most Shadow Strix out of every other class, so I think top of A is fair. Stardust Sorcerer and Reverend Seer, lesser played in solos. However, I think the classes are really strong. On average, I would say they do more than Greatsword Wither Knight, although you do see more Greatsword Wither Knight. So if you wanted to go based on playability, popularity, I would probably move this up past Stardust Sorcerer. But in terms of power level, I do think Stardust and Reverend Seer probably have more going for them. And then I would put Greatsword Wither Knight with all the buffs we got recently. Pretty easy to put up here. For A tier, I think the reduced cooldown and the Polearm and Shield are a little bit weaker variants of Greatsword, but 100% still meta viable. Top of A seems fair. Mercenary can still compete very well in the game. Parry has fallen off grace a little bit since the nerfs, but I think it's better for the game. Red Sword, Sword and Shield also feels pretty good. Definitely can compete with Wither Knights in 1v1 melee fights, and has the capability of catching up to other players with things such as Whirling Cut Dash, and the Shield Dash ability that also stuns. Really good stuff. Right Path and Left Path are both strong. I know more about the Super Armor Path specifically, because that's kind of what everybody plays, but if you do the Left Path and you do the stun duration build, apparently that can be really scary to fight, so I have put it here in A tier, but at the bottom below these classes, since I don't know much about it. Hunter, I believe, is the better of the two Black Arrow. A good Black Arrow is very scary to fight, and if you fought one, you would understand why I put it here in A. If you fight a Black Arrow that just doesn't really know what they're doing, if they're new, it might feel like the class is not that strong, but once you get into the players that are good, they are really scary to fight. Hammer Merc, I think, is just worse than every other class that I've listed already. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it is worthy of being A tier. The damage is really good, but the hammer is just kind of slow, and I think it's fair to kind of just put it here in B. Fireball Elemental Sorcerer has gotten a lot of nerfs, and I think C tier is really the best I can put it, unfortunately. It is by far my favorite way to play Elemental Sorc, or Sorc in general, but it's just not very good. Stardust is just infinitely better than Elemental Sorc. And then at D tier, Lightning Strike Elemental Sorc, basically meme tier, some weird finicky one-shot builds apparently that I've heard some people talk about, but I've never seen them. Nobody seems to play it. And I haven't really been convinced that it's good, so I'm going to put it here at D. And then complete garbage bin tier, Archer Black Arrow. Nobody plays it. I've never fought a good player running it that I can remember. And I don't even know if I've died to someone running Archer Black Arrow. The Hunter is just strictly better. So yeah, this is probably bottom of D as well. That's going to be the tier list for Mistfall. Hopefully you enjoyed that. All right, that's it, guys. You guys have been asking me for a tier list, and I know not everybody's going to agree with where I'm at right now. Of course, you know, you might think, you know, Greatsword is better than, you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying. Obviously, not everybody's going to agree with what I'm putting out here, but I think this is a pretty decent idea of where every class is. No, Monster, I am aware of the new hammer tech cancel. I'm 100% aware of this. However, I made the tier list with the impression or the idea that the average hammer merc is not going to be doing animation cancel tech. So I've decided to leave it in B tier. I'm not gonna make it higher tier just because of animation cancel stuff going on, because that's not really feasible, I think, for a tier list. This is for solos, not trios. If this was trios, the tier list would be very different. Stardust Sorcerer would be all the way at the top, but I'm not going to do a trio list because I don't play trios. Yeah, believe it or not, I think the reduced cooldown Wither Knight is weaker than Greatsword. I think they're both strong, but having 3 skills with Seamless feels better than just 2. Alright guys, that's going to be it for stream for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you liked the tier list. If you missed the full tier list, you know, info dump, maybe I'll edit this down for tomorrow's video, since people have been asking me to do this for a while, and you know, we'll kind of go from there. So, thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys at the next stream, hopefully tomorrow. And yeah, that's it.
see you guys. I'm looking forward to the next patch that hopefully kind of swaps the meta up a little bit. So, see ya.